Hello everyone, happy Thursday. How is everybody doing? I hope you're all doing well. I've decided to make a little meme for myself because my Instagram was taken away from me for no reason. So yeah, I'm gonna do that really quick. Look, min stripes. I had the luck last month. Now I keep pulling repeats. I think a lot of people were pulling repeats this month. And I don't know if I should be showing what I'm about to do on stream. I don't care. I honestly don't care. So, because my account was taken from me, I am doing a fake one so that way I can do a meme and be like, rest in peace, maincoow Instagram from 2020 whatever to 2020 whatever. That's what I'm doing. And it's gonna be funny. And it's gonna be great. I guess that doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Preview. Perfect. Louie. Alright, there you go. Cause like, you know, if Instagram's gonna take my stuff for presumably my Did You Know video, which was an educational video about railroads and the sides of rocket ships, then we gonna meme them a little bit, right? This is how I'm gonna cope with this, is that I'm just gonna meme it up until I feel better about it. Fenty Prada. Ooh, I could make it a political thing too, but I'm not gonna. I still got R.I.P. Thank you for the song request. Oh, and it's faster now. I updated the songify, so now it seems to be faster too, which is awesome. How long have I had this account for? Hold on. Let me hide my screen. Louie. Fenty. Prada. Okay, so 2 years. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm just gonna turn back on. Okay. There we go. I don't know why, but I feel so mad about this. And this song is like fueling that rage a little bit. I don't know. My brain is like kind of pissed about getting my Instagram account removed. When I have done nothing but be a little guy. I'll be in here. It's Angie time. And just a little bit. I just feel like that a little bit. I promise you, I'm not trying to be angry about it, but this shit pissing me off. I'm allowed to be upset. I'm allowed to be upset about this. This is what the internet is for, if anything. And also, Twitter took away the blue. Twitter fully took away the blue. And now it's like, whatever, man. Meh. So I'm gonna post this. P to the... Hi, Shippy! How are you? The maincoow at Instagram. This is so stupid. I can't believe I found out about this fact, like, on stream. I will pass this by the council first before I probably post it. Good, gonna look while I get some work done? Well, I hope work goes well. Dang it, they're gone. What's gone? What's gone? Council members? I wanted to sign that petition, which was a petition. I think it's an EPETITION instead of an A. But yeah, I think it's just P petition, I think. Oh my god, my ear hurt. Okay, I'm not as mad anymore. It's for the syndicate that oh, fair. Please don't tell them as you can just... I don't know who this is. I'm being DM'd and I don't know who it is. Oh, goodness. More chance. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. More chance. Candidate that is for Medicare. A candidate that is for Medicare for all. Sign me the fuck. Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Oh my god, I'm so cold. Oh, I'm so cold. Okay. I don't know what I want to do first. Maybe just modeling stuff? Oh my god, I'm so cold. Also, BLT's so far away. We should scoot him back over here. Where are there two? Where are there two? Go. There we go. Oh my god. Maybe we'll listen to some Cask. Drink something warm. But I like my cold advancedgg. Teehee. A new folder. Ground floor. Oh my gosh. But you could also have tea. I could. I might in a little bit. I'm not super in the mood to drink. And I need to take my meds. That's what I need to do. Thursday. Oh, I think I had you. No name, man. Name, man. Okie dokie. We're gonna file a save scene as Milk Club, ground floor, new folder, Maya. Ground floor whip. Okay. Now I can remove everything else in the scene once it saves. Hi. No name, man. Oh, cold. There was a cover of a song that I want to listen to as well, but I don't think it's on Spotify. I just want to, because I really liked how the woman sang it, but I don't know what the original sounds like, so I'd like to know what that sounds like. Okay, there we go. Okay. I delete these guys. I think we delete everything except for the framework, I think. Oh, Lane, I was wondering, do you post on Zhao Hongshu? Is that the red one? Is that the like is that the like Chinese TikTok variant app? Cuz I think I did once and then I felt very out of touch and then I think I uninstalled it. I think that's how I did that. Yeah. I did once and then I was like maybe I'm not it. Cuz I think I'm very American coded. I don't know if Chinese people would find me funny personally. Okay, this is 3. Same floor? I think same floor would be cool. Delete the curtain. Or we can keep the curtains for now. This is the attic. This is the ground. Oh, just that one more. I'm sorry. I promise you we'll get it soon. Holy fuck, did I recheck my post? That blew the fuck up. Yeah, you should do that. I feel like Chinese TikTok would like you. I feel like Chinese TikTok just wouldn't. I feel like they wouldn't like me very much. I don't got the points. It's okay. Maybe you'll get it tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. Another day, another dollar. It seems like you just have to have Chinese caption and then they like you. Oh, interesting. Okay, well I could try it. Ain't no problem with at least trying it. I'm gonna delete this. 34,000 views and over 1,000 comments. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Is there a... Can we log into... Can we like log into it on mobile or on the desktop? I don't feel like I'm cool enough to be on Chinese TikTok. I don't remember. Hold on. Let me download it on my phone again. Fuck it. We'll post something. We'll do, yesterday on TikTok, I reshared a video. But I thought I liked the video. Do you think, Vex, you liked it? It was the video that I added to my, my fucking, my story. Huh? It's, where is it? Just open TikTok. Sorry, I paused and asked you, what was the question? Do you think Chinese TikTok would like this video? You think Chinese TikTok would like that video? Sorry, I just dropped my phone while trying to drink. Sorry about that. Wait, I don't... I think? Not gonna lie, I didn't think they used the middle finger, but there is still Americans there. Ooh, that's a good point. Oh my god, what if we recreated those TikToks of how to say, like, Chinese, like, words? Like, today I learned how to say, stupid bitch in Chinese. Does this work? Does it not work? Oh, I got it. Okay. Okay, I know how to log into it now. Oh, available on this. Okay. I don't know how to do this. Oh, is it this? While using this app. Yes, that'd be so funny. Okay, hold on. Just in case there's sensitive. Now my nose is running. What the fuck? There we go. Eyes on back to the door. I feel like Chinese TikTok will like Vibe and Shine. You know? So maybe I pick a Vibe and Shine that I like. Fuck it. Actually, what's the most popular? What's the most popular Vibe and Shine that we got? Okay, you know what? I'll just post the latest one. Release. What's happening? Okay. Missed my Chinese spy. Upload. Oh, I don't have it on this computer. I'd have to log into the other one. 1 second. I need to upload videos today anyway. Here's all my thirst. Ever yours, moonstruck curse. Wait, I didn't even listen to the song that I wanted to listen to. I didn't even register that it played. Let's have first. Hold into a breeze. Oh, I also need to do a thing for work today too, eventually. Okay, we're just gonna post the videos that we need to for social media first. Oh, this is the wrong count. And then we'll do red note silliness. Was there anything in the work Discord that was said about? Okay. What about the? Okay, no. What do you? Lips connect with mine, so brand new. Hello, turning back, all love begins to die. I've waited on my thirst, forever yours, moonstruck curse. I need like someone to teach me how fucking other social media platforms work. Because I feel like I like TikTok, but that's just because I understand how to use it. I'm a monster born from man. This place may have changed. I am still yours. You know what? I'm gonna try this video. Nah, never mind. Look at me till I saw the world's largest hand-painted Zetch egg. Big egg. Was it pretty? Was it pretty? Let's see, YouTube. Yeah, I think that's fine. Or yeah, 96 is the highest, so we do that there. And then let's do Wednesday's video. And video. Highlight this one. Oh, Wednesday. So did you know video? Nope, not that one, this one. Oh, I did this one late, actually. I'd supposed to do this opposite. Whoops. My bad. Oh well. I've had enough faces, little words. Like check mark. Oh, Czechia. Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking it was Czech, but then I was like, Elaine, that sounds stupid. Don't say that. Okay. Now I know. What is your goal destination, Orwell? If you don't mind me asking. I'm curious as to what the goal destination is for you. Cause I thought you were already at where you wanted to be, I guess. Did I do this one right? No, I did not. Oh, my neck. Yo, mama's house. Damn, you already passed my mama's house though, so you be wrong. My mama's house. You be wrong. You passed my mama's house already. You passed it. You could have had me, but you didn't. Cause you passed it already. Drive. What's so late? You. Oh, well, just picking up some milk. Trust. I trust. I didn't say I didn't trust. I trust that they getting that homegrown milk. Don't think we're tuned. Guys, I gotta show you guys the cover of this song that I heard. I'm so sad it's only on YouTube. Doomed, Bring Me the Horizon cover. Is she really not on Spotify though? Cause that, like, she should be. Yo, what's up? Getting the same milk you got as a baby. Oh, damn. God damn. Yo, mama's milk. God damn it, guys. God damn it. Alright, there you go. So this won't be in the VOD, but we can listen to it together. Because I really liked her voice. Oh, fuck off with the ads, man. I forgot to get the new ad blocker. God damn it, what happened? What happened? What happened? Is it on the wrong setting again? God damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Might not have saved it on this computer. I think. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? And we're out. What the fuck? Why did all my... Huh? All my stuff, like, reset. This is weird. Okay, I will fix this first, I guess. Or North Carolina. Oh, also I just got my tax refund, so you get a... Do I really? Do I really, Orwell? Awesome. I'm so glad you got the tax refund, actually, quite quick. Yes, tax time. Stream PC. I am still yours. Look into these eyes. Look back through the door. I am like so confused of why this broke, so I have to fix it now. Yeah, this one changed too. What the fuck? God bless free tax USA my go. What is that? I don't think I've used that one. I just have a tax guy. Like, because I can use emotes. Well, thank you for the sub. I'll add you to the... I will add you to the, I will add you to the, sorry, my brain is, like, totally not registering. I will add you to the special charms. The special charms. Oh, brand new. There's no going back. Our love begins to die. I wish on my turns. Ever yours. Okay. Okay, that worked. Elena's very confused now. Dress through me. Free tax credit. It costs money to get your state return for some non-standard forms, but it's really easy for most. That's fair. That's good at the very least. Okay. Fucking. Yeah. Okay. But. Oh, you know. Oh. Okay, I wanted in that one. And but to you, I'll spend next with my something new. There's no going back to love. All my times ever yours. This is a lot of audio going in my ear to fix this. Man, I just might have to do my taxes twice because I worked at 2 places. Well, at least it's not like, you call it like, at least it's not, what the fuck do you call it? At least it's not like dual state taxes. That shit sucks. Let me tell you. I did federal and state. Nice. So VC is A1. Hello, Still Doom Punk. Welcome on in. The music of this is too loud. I can't think. I just wanted to listen to a song. Oh, let's go, fruit bat. Let me boot her on up. 3 states and federal. Yikes. Yikes, that's a lot. Oh, my ear itches. Let's go. Good job for bet. Rigged +1. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your meeting. You wasn't even talking to us. Shut the fuck up. Alright, that audio didn't work either. What the fuck? Two? Slice. Wavelength monitor. Wait, okay, I have to test something really quick. Oh my god. Oh man. Okay. About instead if it goes into back. What are we watching? You're watching. Oh, I'm sorry. You're watching a person remix something while I try to figure out how to fix my audio because my audio's broken. And now you're watching an ad. And I'm sorry. About 8. Properties. Speakers. I don't understand which one this one's going to. Select input device. Oh wait, no, it's not having any input now. Wait, what? I fucking don't know how to skip that ad. Hey, 7 out of 8. Let's go. All right. Let me give fruit bat. Give me a song request. Oops. There you go. All right, hold on. I gotta minimize things because I'm getting overwhelmed. Yeah, fuck off. I'd pay for you if you'd work. Oh my god, it's a whole fucking ad. Shut. Okay, so I can't hear it for some reason. I already love the guitar riff, thank you. It's on. I don't really know what's happening right now. So it works in virtual 1. That's fair. Okay, so it is this one. Or I could do that after this. I just gotta make sure everything is safe. Okay. Yes. Load. Okay. So that seems all good now, I think. There should be roughly 5, and now I gotta save those again. All right. And then. Okay, no, that's this computer problem, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. I thought it was an audio capture. Okay, now if I pause it. Okay, cool. The Crush Cam music, I'm fucking glad. Alright, now I can remove this. Oh, fuck, where did I put it? No, where'd it go? Let me rename it to Stream PC. And just boop, 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 boop. Oh. SpongeBob, why is there a DJ in the Krusty Krab? Why is there a DJ in the Krusty Krab, my boy? Alright, there we go. I don't understand why it's over there. Okay. Fucking fixed it. Okay, are we all? Stop with that. Okay, we're all hunky dory now. As crazy as this shit wants to make me today. Okay. Praise the like Yellow Krabby Patties. He just looks like a happy fella. I only adore him. He makes really good mixes of Japanese music. That's what that was about. It's like a Japanese city pop that he likes to mix. I think that guy. And I found him randomly the other day, and I liked it. But it was the first thing I could find, to test my audio. So that's why we had him on there. Think the was turned. 66 Bogo's minted. Hello, Miu. How are you, my love? Need you. You know. When you caused. Hi. I always searching against tonight. It's a shame to be true. Longer than my love for you. I like city pop. I do too. That's why I thought that playlist would be fun to play sometime, but not today. Today I'm mad at the anarchies. Or I'm mad at the government, and I wish to be in an anarchy. I do have to pay a thing really quick though, so give me a hot second. I keep holding the wrong mouse. Okay. Feeling it away. By Brick. Let's see. Does Goodbye Boogie Dance count as City Boy? I don't know what that one is. If you want to let me know what that is, and then I can say yes or no. Like, oh, who it's by, I could look it up, and then I could play it. Okay, cool. I paid that off. Okay. There is a song. There's a cover of a song that I wish to listen to, and it's this one. Because I really fucking like her voice. It's Holy shit. Hold on, wait, I forgot to unfucking mute it because I'm stupid. Not stupid, I'm just stressed now. Thank you for the song request.
Cut off my wings and come lock me up. Just pull the plug in, I've had enough. Tear me to pieces, sell me for parts. You all vampires, so here you can have my heart.
I just love her voice. I heard this and I was like, her voice, god damn. Is this, yes, this is the cover. Oh, I forgot to fucking mute this song. Hang on. Like, God. Oh. It's so, oh, I just love her voice. It's so good. Yay! Good job, Mew. Hold on, let me do that for you right now. Good job. No, here you are. There you go. Thank you for participating, my love. I'll never take it off. What if you get next month's one? I think I do. I think we're doomed. You're gonna be super pretty. Fair. Fair. Alright. I want you to let. I just love like the grunge in this woman's voice makes my heart melt. And then like the soft like the way she sung the word doomed, bruh. Can I download this song? And then like I need it. Shut the fuck up, bruh. Hold on, I'm sorry. I need this song. I need it. Yeah. What video? Boop, boop. Best audio start function. Oh, it's just so good. And like, okay, well now, okay, I gotta listen to the original again because like I feel like nothing was real until I met you. I feel like we connect, and I really. Let's listen to Orwell song first. I'll have to turn that back up. Yeah, I would call this city pop. No, this is definitely city pop. Oh. How much is it to upgrade this plan? Hold on, I'm just curious. Hold on, wait, sorry. I just realized. Okay. No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Yep, okay. It's better to just look it up at that point. What is the best times to post on Blue Sky? That would be better than asking anything else. 8 to 10 a.m.? Okay, so we will constantly post them at 9 a.m. then. You can fuck off. Oh, also, I hope everyone's having a good day, and I'm sorry I didn't say that sooner, but I hope you're all having a great, 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 great day. I think I did that. 48. 48. This one. And then we gotta grab. And a big network. Oop. And that should tell me if they have a YouTube, which they probably do. Yeah, it's the same. Okay. Perfect. I can edit this one and then edit this one. Hi, Norman. Happy Thursday. How are you? Thank you for the cheek pap. And thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water and then I'll stretch. How you doing, my fave goob? How you doing? It's this one. And then we replace this with this line. I can't spell. Okay, then I would just do die. And at this one, I'll do the at. Just try or die. I'm okay. How are you? I'm okay. I had a little bit of a headache starting with social media, but I think we're okay now. Places. You can have my heart. I don't know. This just sounds so. It just feels so different. This song with like the cover. The horizon. Doomed. Cover by Math. It was Math something. Hold on. What was that? Map Ra. Also, I didn't do. Now we can do. Won't you feel it? I did that later. Actually, folder. How do I? Offline music to Spotify. Local files, creating playlists. Where is the local files? Add source, downloads music, okay. I'll just feel it. Local files, add a source to the section from the go to your library, select local files folder. Go to your delete, create. Oh, yeah, you guys can get that. Okay. Boop. And now it says there's like a folder somewhere. Okay, cool. And then I would like to go back. YouTube. Save. Properties. Oh, that's not what I care about. Sing, turning every night, wishing I was next to you. So cold without your touch, practically black and blue. to see you, I have to feel you. Add cover art to MP3. What was the first one? Choose MP3. Tonight, weather, if inside, over enough, death will come and grind. Can this be your fate? Social concession, auto damnation, filling our ways to you. Strength, negation, knocking on this door. Understand. Ooh, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna change this. What? How do I say? I'm Afra. There you go. Side, you know it's fine. I'll just put us on coworking, actually. Lover, where's your weather? Ride. Oh. I love her tonight. I don't need this in here anymore. This needs to go here and there. Dr. Pepper, baby. Dr. Pepper, baby. It's good and nice. I don't know what this is for. Avatars. I don't need this anymore. Actually, we'll keep it. NAT report. Program, stream PC. Yeah. Make I think I hate you, I thought you no name, man. I think I hate you, I never leave you. Hate you no name, man. Okay, I just gotta line all these guys up. And I can close group. And then add a new guy, put this down. Close. Not that guy. Settings. Thank you for sharing me your 70-day streak. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. No name, man. I want it all. Stop. It's never enough. Okay. Got that all figured out. I didn't do the enshrined videos yet. Fuck. Never mind. Not done yet. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. We're a goofy goobers, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. Goofy goober, goofy goober, yeah. I thought you no name, man. Open volume mixer. I would like that to be at 0 on this computer. Go enshrined. Oh, I need to post something on the Reddit as well. So let me do that as well. Close group. Okay. Tuesday, next Thursday. Next Tuesday. Post, okay. And video. Enshrined, world building. This is the second one? Third one. I think this is the third one. Yes. In the dark. Lay me down in this early grave. There's something on my door. I'm wasting away. Lay me down in this early grave. Oh, I'm looking at my door. It's where I'll stay. 9 a.m. Noise. Very impressive, in my opinion. The wind. Where I am. Affection. Let me make sure that this was the case. Yes, it is. Okay. Live with me. Upload video. This one. Entity of the week. The Nisik Trapjaw. This one's posted. This one goes here. Apparently I spelled terrifying wrong. Down to the grave, as I go, you staying away. Lay me down in this early grave. At my door, I'll stay. Okie dokie. What's it at? 9 a.m. And then what about YouTube? What's the best time for YouTube? 87. These two going out at the same time are fine then. And then I can go here. And then if I go to create, can I don't know if I can do these ahead of time. Next. Hi, Quetza. Welcome on in. Thank you for the song request. I don't know if this matters. And then there's, oh fuck, that means I have to remember to post them. Alright, that's fine. Let's go here. I've once again forgot the login for this because Elaine doesn't remember these things. Login. Okay, create post. What video came out today? Today was the steak video, I think. Yeah. I should do whatever I did for the YouTube video. Where did metrical go? Well, that's on my other thing. That's right. Boop. Entity of the week. This one. And then this one. Oh my god. Halfway through the lunch break. How's your lunch break? Actually, this one should go here. Cool. And close group. Go. I don't have the charger for this mouse, so I have to make sure to keep it off. Okay, cool. That's fine. All right, time for red note posting, huh? I don't know what any of this says. Ooh. I think this is just my latest one. Looking for Slanesh? I mean, Slanesh is rather lusty, no? I feel like it makes sense. Is release, I guess. So much more. All right, now we can be on the art category. Sensual and alluring, exactly. Let's do a 1K one. Oh, fuck, I gotta look at dice. Oh, I don't want to, like, pull myself all the way over there. But I gotta. I hope this is the right font. Tossing, turning every night, wishing I was next to you. I'll go, your touch magically, black and blue. I have to feel falling into chaos with a promise of honey. Will never end, graveyard lover, to each other. Deep inside, you know it's fine. Okie dokie. Let's try our best to make this into a vectorized object. And then we gotta make numbers is the plan for work. Hide. 5, 4. I'd rather do it this way. Your fate, imperfection, total damnation, telling my way to you. Mail strips with your slip, nothing on this door. Reserved. What have we done? What? I'd say. Understand. Oh, I need you. Your lover. That's straight. Oh, I'm telling you, the daughter room getting rid of color. Nice. That's a hefty amount. Very good job, Quets. Very proud of you. Hope you're giving yourself nice sweet treats to celebrate your hard work. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Lover. Promise tonight. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Let me do another one here. I don't think we should add that piece. So that means I get to stream again soon. Let's go! I'm excited. I will be looking at every stream that I can. The night of this darkest night, see you standing all alone, toiling, dismay. Have no idea what you left with me. Stealing it away. Oh, it was turned. I heard a blink, but I don't know what that meant. I will leave you. One sees you. How you know? Ahead. Baby, hold on tight. Or our searching begins tonight. A shame to be true. That I have the love for you. I have an idea that I'd like to try for the dice, actually, now I'm looking at them. Let me fill it with black so I can see what parts we need to curve. We're stealing it away. Let's make the document. Make the document transparent. I can just see a bit better. By brick. There we go. Grab these and make sure they're all like 7. And then there's no other discrepancies. Nope, that's pretty darn good, Elaine. Yes. Okay, and we're just going to center that for the 20 side. And then I have to do 1 through 18. I really have to do 1 through 9. Okay, I think I have ideas. Ow, 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 ow. Not even a hello? Ow. I hate you. I want to let you know it, man. I got you. You know it, man. Gonna make an all new alerts, comma starting. Oh fuck yeah, that's awesome, Quits. I can't wait to fucking see it. Definitely share it with me or whatever you can share with me when you can. I look forward to seeing how it turns out. I move this down a little bit too much. Right. I think I hate you. Hate you, no name, man. I think stop. It's never enough. I think that's a little bit too much. So that could be like the 1. With my thinking, this could be like the 1. Then also, I never made sub edges and come with sub perks when you're not busy. I'd love some. Yeah, totally. My favorite style of sub badges, which are the ones that I have, where they're like they take elements from your design, and that's my favorite. Like, so if you have like a hairpin or like a symbol or like parts that maybe reference outfits that you like that you've had, those are typically my favorites. But yeah, whenever, just hit me up. Myself a month before again. It's just my head. On the floor, hit me up from the inside. I never want to feel again. It fades away in the end. I'm not human for you love me. How long will you be streaming? Probably till like 10 p.m. PST, so I'll be here for like a while. I'm so damn gone. Will you say your mind? What this is us. Hold it from fucking lies. I'll let me catch the tail end hours. Sounds good. Off at 7:30. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I'll be on for another like 2 hours after that, so sounds good, Quitch. I hope you have a good day at work. If anything happens, feel free to let me know. I love you lots. Made to way in the end. I'm right here waiting when you love me. Oh, when you love me. I don't know if Elaine likes this. Oh, fucking font types. I think it's serif. Yeah. Serif numbers. It fades away from the end. I'm waiting right here where you left me. Oh, where you left me. I'm right here. Okay, let me take a font that I like. And then go with that from there, I think. Then I'm waiting. Oh, it should be that big. That K-pop girl group? Huh? What? Oops. Okay. There we go. Okie dokie. Okay. My brain understands. I just had to squish my brain and then I understood. So what needs to happen is I need to be able to keep this ending. And I was next to you. So cold without your touch, practically black and blue. Need to see you. Le Seraph. Is that a K-pop band group? If so, that's a good name in my opinion. To each other, inside you know it's right. Almost tonight. Hi. Is that the beautiful May Nicey? Yeah, hello. Hello. Welcome on in, Dan. How you doing? Thank you for the check-in. Welcome. Okay, so now if I were to make this into a font, actually, go back. Wait for the boops. Hope you're having a lovely one. You got me guessing. I don't know, Pookie. Shut the you got me. I do not know. Thank you for the save check. I will save in 2 seconds. I should use this as a template. I blooped the snoot you did. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome on in. I needed you. Let me save this as the font. Or enshrined dice face. Okay. I know it's right. And vibin'? I'm glad. Vibin' is the best state to be in my opinion. Okay, so I might have to bug my
Hello, Mario.
bows. Hello, Mario. I didn't hear it go off. Why didn't I hear it go off? Thank you for testing that. Actually, ooh, thank you for reminding me, Dan. I have to add some sound alerts to my other redeems because my ADHD makes me, like, if I don't read it and then I'm late and then I feel bad. And it's a whole thing.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Hey, just the man I wanted to speak to. Is this it?
Yeah, I was gonna bring you some.
Oh! Yeah, I got those in my Titanic flute. Yeah, because this has the serif font on it.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. So it's like, but if you look closely, like they don't come to perfect corners. They're all.
No, yeah, I did the E already, but you see how I already curved everything to make sure it's all kosher.
With this one, this has to be either really small and suggested like this, or it has to be a lot thicker on the bottom. Because any like narrow thing like this that's long is going to be a bit too.
Is this too narrow?
I'd say we might want to bring that in.
Because like I'm gonna build the serif because I was like looking at how other serif fonts work, and so they take. Thank you for the happy song. Oh my goodness, thank you. Hold on, I'll pause the music. They take the little biddies and they're reused across the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I was gonna grab the biddies from this one.
That makes sense.
I haven't heard the song in so long. It actually makes me quite happy to hear. What's up?
So I was just gonna say is like when we have like kind of a larger thing like that, yeah, we just might want to keep it closer together because the further it gets away from like the main body, the more likely there is to be problems with it, like pulling out or like it casting correctly.
Do you just want it to be on the inside then?
It can be on both. It just like I think something like this where it's like a little asymmetrical would probably work decently well. Because at the end of the day, inside or outside doesn't matter too much because it's still getting away from the.
So is this like better?
Yeah, this has to be wider in here, the gap, so maybe move that further down.
So you want it connected?
Either we connect it or we just make it a larger gap because the negative space matters too.
I think connected would be better because it would make like making the shapes easier across all of it because then otherwise I'd personally would like to find a way to almost connect that through all of the like numbers. So it's easier if we don't. So there you go.
That makes sense. But yeah, so like I guess it's hard to see on this dog because it's transparent. But like the 6, how it has that separated line, but there's like a good amount of space between the 6 and the line's very solid. It's like the same thickness as the rest of it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, there's no line variation in this. So.
Yeah, that's why I was like, these are a little bit better example because that's serif, but it stays kind of close.
No, this one does. Look how thin this one gets.
Yeah. Because these have a little bit more of that variation, which I think is more of our style.
Yeah.
But I think these are a good example of like a serif font that like doesn't have very long things like this.
Yeah, they're just kind of stumpy.
Yeah, and I think that's what we have to do.
Honestly, this font would just work fine, I think, for our stuff. Unless we want it to be more custom made.
I mean, that's fair, but I don't know what this is. Because this is a DICE manufacturer's font. I don't
Is it? Or is it just, like, serif?
I don't know.
Because, like, if you look at, like... It just kind of looks like this. Like, obviously we can find different ones, but...
I mean, it is definitely more styled than this. Like, especially if you like, look at the 4 and stuff.
Oh, shit, I got sidetracked. Take my meds today. Let's look at serif. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Maybe I am dyslexic. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, and I went 1, 2, 4, 3. Okay. So there's this one, Sinzo, which I could just do like a rounding pass on this entire font.
It feels much too thin though. Like it needs to be a lot bolder.
Oh, that's fine. But this does look like the exact font that they have. Let me look at this. Let me look at the, let's see.
I mean, it's like that font, just not, because it's bolder and the serifing is.
They would just make a thicker outline on it.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Was like if you just want to take this one and then like bolden it.
Do we have a?
That's a different font.
I was just hoping there were more numbers than 1 through 4. No, this is the same font.
I might have.
This is the same font. Oh my god, wait, we found a thicker one. Probably Sinzo Bold. Dude, I think it's literally this font. Chat, I think I found the font. Fine. I'm not spelling things correctly. I refuse. This is literally this font. The main markers are, so the 2 is slashed at the same angle, and the 3 is slashed at the same angle, and the 4 on this diagonal line is thinner, just like this one.
I agree. What I would change is that and like that and that are thicker on this. Like the.
That's fine. I'll just add a border so that way all of the corners, the sharp corners, get rounded.
Okay. Yeah, if that works.
And then, do you guys just want that in like layers, or?
How do you mean?
Like this is a layer.
What I'm going to need, in the end, is I'm going to have to essentially turn these into alphas to subtract away from the model.
Alpha is black outside, white inside?
Yes.
White outside, black, white.
I mean,
I literally just fucking said it, brain.
But if you just get like that, like either way.
That's fine. I can just put on a black background, so I can see it when I'm doing. But then, and then if I just give you this folder, is that okay? Or this file? Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello? I think I'm having a stroke. Don't. My boss just agreed with me having a stroke. This is a what the fuck what do you call it when you get hurt at work? What? I don't want to talk anymore.
Workers' comp issue?
I don't know. It's like a thing. It was like, or like
workers' compensation for getting injured.
No. It's like what happens? Like a work injury? Like, remember when you went to the hospital and they're like, oh, did this happen on the job site? Did blah 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 blah?
Yeah, because then it'd be a workers' comp issue.
Since this one install. Yeah, that, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm just having a stroke, chat. Don't mind me as I have a stroke on stream. That's actually really dark. Have people had strokes on stream before?
Oh, I'm sure.
That's really sad. Sinzo bold. And then let's center him. And then
because like you're definitely right. It's
vector.
like the same. It's just he's a little more stumpy and chunky on this.
There you go.
Do we think that's too? Could we do this? Okay, could you just do like a set of like a few of the numbers so we could see them? Because I'm worried that it'll get a little too, cartoony.
Here, let's do 5. And then, yes, we can do series of them. Actually, why did I do it like this? If I just did...
Do you want me to stay here, or are you gonna need a minute?
No, go. You can go now. I will put a screenshot in the chat when I'm done.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. Two, three. Oh well, no, Lane, don't have a stroke on stream. No. Who will be my entertainment? Oh, let me also write down. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm realizing how distracted I keep getting, and it's driving me a little nuts. It's like I have that Adderall in my system, and my brain goes, "Oh yeah, you're fucking around finding out." Happy Orwell. Hi, Ponky. Hi, love. How are you? Welcome on in. All right. The It might be easier if I just do it. No, it won't be. Don't stroke out on stream. I'm trying not to. Oh yeah. Actually, channel raid. We like to party. We like to party. We like. Oh wait, I already have one. Stop it! No stroking it on stream. Water. Minecraft. Sure, we'll do this one. Wait, I'm confused. Edit profile? No. A new button alert. I don't... Be mine. Elena's confused. Name, this is channel points. Vector dashboard. I forgot what I'm clicking on. Oh yes, okay. View rewards, power up channel points, manage channel points. 50. Button thumbnail. I'm confused. Is this an error because I already have one called wellness check? Connect channel. Hi, Randy. Welcome on in. Going to sound alert. Alert is fully compatible. Sound alert with channel points. Okay, interesting. I gotta be right back. I have to go to the bathroom, but enjoy the party. I will be right back. what hand is Liam? What hand? Right-handed? What? 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 Orwell, did you want to listen to the last song again? The We Like to Party? Is he? Pixels! Is Liam left or right-handed? Okay, he says right. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay, he uses his bow right-handed. Yes, right-handed. Right-handed. He uses bow right-handed. Yep, no problem, Havoc. Thanks. That's a big-ass egg. What hand is Pixels? Right-handed. Both right-handed. Take off your dress. Will you like me? I ran out from so far. Ocean so in trees. Liam Amby for small arms, but favors right bow arms. Okay, well I gotta. Well, that's too late. I'll fucking message Havoc. Jesus. Is facing towards you, then it it's still the same. It's his right, my left. You know. Oh, this one doesn't have it. Okay. Tab vector converter curves. I was gonna modify these a little bit. Okay. You almost had me there. I'm not gonna lie. You almost had me. But then I thought about it for more than 2 seconds. Guys, shut the fuck up, Aura. Shut the fuck up. Aren't you driving? Go back to driving. Fuck. There we go. Oh, fuck. Fucking. Actually, I'm kidding. I'd be kind of lonely if you went back driving. Hope you're not driving, actually. I lied. Take my hand. I should scare you. A monster born from man. His face may have changed, but I am still yours. Into these eyes, look back through the door. Getting gas? Is gas expensive? Or is gas a good price over there? Look at me. Don't you? Dice font. Edit. I need emoji. I also need to keep my eye on the Sammy Solutions. Pretty good. No prices. I don't either. I think as long as it's below like $3, it's good, I think. Whoa. Stream deck connected. Oh shit, there's a fucking bingo thing. Oh, it was 360. I feel like that's fucking. I feel like that's a little expensive. No. Hold on. Look at Portland gas prices. Oh no, I guess that's pretty average. What is the gas station? Buster said they hate me. How could they say that they hate you? Oh no, why is that? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But we all know that they're joking. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa. It's because she won't let me see what she got me for Valentine's. I mean, that's fair. They ain't like me, impatient. I just show Pixels what I get them. She'll let me see what she got me for my Valentine's. You guys are cute. It'll be okay. You'll get to see it soon enough, you goobs. Don't worry. It'll be okay. We're sitting on the day anyway. It's gotta be a mutual thing. You gotta show it to each other mutually at the same time. Same height. I think. I'll go back. Whoa. 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 Oh, the thing is this. Make it a little small. Shorten. Okay. It's one extra day. I'm supporting my brother. No, the fuck I don't. Half of it's in Indianapolis. Oh yeah, I figured you guys aren't having a serious argument. Don't worry. Then what was the size of that radius? 20, maybe 23. 23. I'm gonna fix this. In the light, the darkest night, see you standing all alone. Lightning, dismay. You have no idea what you've left with me. Hey, Papa Name, because I saw your... Oh, is it okay with you? May I see your sound effects, man? Of course! Oh my god, thank you for, like, popping in. Holy shit. That's actually super awesome. Like, we love debugging this stuff live on stream, so, like, thank you for coming in and trying to help. I guess a good one would be... Where's the Poot one? I think Poot one's, like, the easiest. So, it's connected to... I have a folder plugin that makes it... I don't know if there's a better way to do this, but I have a folder full of random sounds, and when people redeem Poot, it plays a random fart noise. However, the first one just doesn't go off. This is how we have it set up. If you need me to zoom in, I don't know if I can make it bigger. I make it, like, full screen. I don't know if that helps. But we have information and then get random file and then play sound effect. So... I can also post a picture in the Discord if that helps. But let me know. Thank you for coming in, though. I really appreciate the help. Yeah, I will just go over here while you look over that. But yeah, super appreciate you coming in and trying to help. 3. She forgot what she bought me. Imagine, that'd be so crazy. Hi, back from applying to jobs, taking a small break. How was applying to jobs? Were there any that caught your eye? Or are they all kind of like eh? Are they all just kind of eh? And go. And then, were there any kind of, yeah, this is for no. And then this needs to get shorter. We will still have this. I think I just took care of every sharp edge. Yeah. So here's my theory that since it's an extension function to get a random file, have you tried adding a wait until the variable exists between the extension command and the sound effect play command? Also, make sure to clear your stored variable at the start and delete variables so that it's always a new one. Got it. Oh, okay, thank you. How? Okay, I have not, so would... Okay, so that means it sounds like... Here's my theory, there's a wait variable, so I gotta get a wait. Wait until variable exists. Variable name poot. So I hope I'm doing this right. Please feel free to let me know if I'm doing this wrong. And then make sure you clear your stored variables with a delete variable. Oops, I can't type. Delete variable. So it's always a new one. Variable name poot. Put it in between the folder command and the sound effects. Put it in between the folder command and play sound effects. And then I can put this in here just in case. I gotta save that. I'm applying to Spencer's right now because I would have a good reference since my mom has been assistant manager at Spencer's for a decade. Dude, that'd be really cool if you worked at Spencer's. I've always wanted to be friends with someone who worked at like Hot Topic or Spencer's. I don't know why. I just think it'd be fun. But yeah, hopefully that works. I could like test it here. I don't think we've done a poot. Hey, yo, did that work? Did that just work? Yo! You can have the delete variable run first as opposed to last. That way, if there's anything stored currently, it'll get wiped. Okay. First, delete variable. Ooh. Save this. Oh, okay. So now if I do it again, which hopefully I didn't put on a cooldown. I did put it on. It's 1 per stream. Okay. Well, to test it, I'd have to reopen Sammy, actually. That was much bigger than a poot? Well, that depends, my dog. Yippee wahoo, welcome in, Taylor. Yes, close. Thank you for the check-in. Oh, shit, sorry. Should just be able to rerun the button. If I do it by the button, it always works. If I do it by the channel point, it doesn't always work. And I'm so sorry, Taylor. Taylor, if you could do exclamation point stars like this for me, and I can add the star in for you manually. But let me... Yeah, for some reason, if I do it, because I have it, the way I've been doing it manually is I have a button on my Stream Deck that plays it. Yeah. So I use this, and then I'll, like, play it manually. But yeah. If I play it manually through, like, the bridge and stuff, it works. But if it goes through channel point, if it goes through Twitch first, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And it gets mad at me. And it doesn't work the first time. And then I feel bad. And then sometimes I forget. This is not a song I want to listen to. This is very in my ear. Sorry. Let me just... Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna put this on a no cooldown thing. Oh. 1, turn off save. User Sammy bridge. Wait, hold on. User Sammy bridge to test treasure. Hold on. Wait, I think I'm sorry. I think I read that wrong. How does that work? You've been doing them manually this whole time. Only the first one. So, excited for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing much. I don't think. Wait, what's tomorrow? Friday? Other than it's being Friday? So go to the semi-break. Okay, got it. That would be Twitch triggers. Oh. 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 Okay, so we can do poots. Test channel points. Redeem cost 5,000. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Thank you for your patience. Saturday? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I'm not doing much other than playing D&D. But Pixels and I are going to be watching the Frankenstein movie, so I'm excited. I don't know if I did this wrong. Ah. Yes, Guillermo del Toro's one. I'm excited. They're also, I heard that Guillermo del Toro's also doing his own version of Night of the Opera. So I'm excited for that as well. And then I also want to watch the new Dracula movie. Oh my god, I want to watch the new Dracula movie. Okay, I will do that. Night at the Museum. Phantom of the Opera. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. My bad. I don't know why the Twitch triggers didn't do anything. I don't know if I did something wrong there. Yeah. 1.0. How do I update this? So with the test trigger for channel points, did you hit the test button for it? I think I did. This? Or is there another one? Like, I'm presuming that it's... Oh, I'm so sorry. You can't see my mouse. Bill Skarsgård's Nosferatu was creepy and gross. Oh my god, is that the one with William Dafoe in it? Because if so, yeah, that one was kind of... I was like, oh. Real gothic horror. There we go. There's a button that says test channel points, but nothing's happening. I don't know if I'm doing this wrong. It should be test channel points. Maybe I see your buttons triggers list. Buttons triggers list? What is that? Is there another one? I think I'm just thinking of the difference between... I think there was another Nosferatu, I feel like. Nosferatu. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, the Dracula one. Sorry, 1 second. It's this one. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula. Right click your button and hit edit triggers. Right click your button. Thank you for your patience, by the way, Banzarian. I really appreciate it. And then hit edit triggers. Okay. There you go. The sexy one. Yeah. I want to see it. I want to see it really bad. Because it looks really good. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Stop it. Okay, match the redemption name to the redeem name in the... Oh. Whoops. Poot. There we go. Very good. So does the Sammy Bridge, does this page act like, instead of like going into Twitch and then testing it, is it like doing is it like emulating that? Like instead of going into Twitch and then someone pressing the channel points themselves, just doing that? Oh, okay. Thank you. That's actually very helpful. So that way I don't have to mess with the settings in here all the time. Okay, also, okay, cool. Then let me try that then for the, it's emulated. Oh, awesome. Okay, thank you. It's constantly used for testing. Okay, awesome. I did not know that, so I really appreciate you letting me know that. So that means the next one we'll have to try is the vocal stem, and then we'll do the same thing in here, which is like, it's literally the same exact thing. It's just a different folder and different variable then. Get in there, sound. And then also grab the copy, paste, wait until variable exists, save, okay. And I think it's just vocal stem. Yeah. The deem cost for this one is and then I lost it because my brain's gone. Thank you for the song request. 500. Okay.
I'm the Joker, baby!
Okay.
Whoa! Hurricane Katrina! More like Hurricane Tortilla!
If you hit the little check boxes to the left of the command lines, you can select multiple at a time, and then you can... Oh! Okay. I did not know that. Also, why did that happen multiple times? Okay. It seems more randomized, so thank you. Yeah, I was having a small issue where I was like, I don't know if this is actually randomizing it, but that's awesome. Thank you so much. Honestly, that was like my only like problem with Sammy is that like I'd have to manually do that, and it would be hard because it's like, oh, well, what if there's ones that like I want that I can't, like there's like some one-off ones, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my god, this is awesome, guys. You don't know what you don't understand what quality of life Bane has just brought into our lives. Fuck yeah. And now I can finally create the buttons that I've been meaning to. This one is the wellness SFX. Because I want to add sound effects for all my Twitch. Bane's so smart. Bane is smart. We appreciate Bane up in this house. Create button. I can make... I can actually make sound effects for everything now. Check in SFX. A good rule of thumb is if you need to use exception command, have a wait until variable exists between it so it can guarantee it's ready. Got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll actually put that in my brain notes so that way I can remember that for sure. Put a wait until the variable exists between an extension I can't type command so it can no, fuck, I didn't skip the thing. Guarantee it's ready. Thanks to Banezarian. Okay, thank you. I will pin this as well so I don't forget. In case I'm like, damn, I remember fixing this at one point. Cool. Check in SFX. I guess though it makes me wonder if I would need that for if I just wanted to play a single sound effect, but to be honest, we'll probably vary it up for some of these, so. We might not do that for those. We might do it for the bonk. I don't know what this song is, kind of slap. I'm just curious if... I don't know if VTS Studios can do this. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, I want the bonk one to have one. I don't know if I want the check-in one to have one just yet because I might change what it is. Save check already has one. Any command that is async, yes. Anything that's not relying on a variable should be fine without it. I use it without variables for little sounds, so whenever someone chats. Okay. Yeah, I think it would just be like... Wait, by async, do you mean if it goes through, like, Twitch? Also, I want to do a good night one. Good night. And then... I think... that's it, yeah. And I have some of these sounds already that I want. It is in my sound clips. Not that sound clip folder though. Oh, I need to add these to vocal stem. Okay. Resources, audio. That is not what I put on also. Oh no, this was a song requested. I was like, what? Well, what? Also, did I fuck this up? Because I don't remember if I fixed this either. Add a source. Okay, there you go. Yippee! Okay. Sound effects. I think I named it correctly. So async commands are usually purple for Sammy, so some extension commands don't display it because they're outdated. The time that they take to finish can make them operate out of order, where it completes after following up command, which can lead to things not working like the redeem before. Okay, I think that makes sense to me. So, like, most extension commands would do that then. Okay, I think that makes sense. My thumb is wrinkly. Sorry, I took a Band-Aid off. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me. Oh my god, guys, we're learning so much today. Yippee! Let's see. Minecraft explosion. Minecraft, not Minecraft ring. This is the one I want. I want to convert it. Oh, I can't do it in here. I forgot. I have to do it on Audacity. It's a little loud. Export audio. You can have my folder, other SFX. There we go. Play sound effect. Yes, I see, okay. Okay. What color does sound effect give me? I think like this color. God, I love this person's voice. Wish you well. I want it to be like a twinkle, I think. Okay, so there's a baby crying outside. It's breaking my heart. So if you use an add command for Twitch, say get user info, has a toggle for async or sync mode. there are some commands for like send OBS requests that don't have that. They're always async. So if you want to run something specific to run after a per call command and for it to be guaranteed. Okay. I don't think I have a lot of those. I think the biggest one that I have is like my check-in one. Which is all of this. But I might be restructuring this one because I'm going to be making an animation for it. It'll still gather the same information, but yeah, like it just like grabs user ID and the check-in amount. It's getting a bit of niche, so I feel you there. Yeah, definitely, cuz like my my roommate likes this coding stuff, but he's like, this is such a niche, and I'm like, yeah. But it's fun. It's fun to make interactable things like that with Sammy. Like for me personally, Sammy's like my go-to for like this kind of stuff. In an innie, yes, I am. It is. Thank you for the follow. It means a lot. Thank you. Tools. And actually, while we're in here, I need to update one of the existing ones because I accidentally turned it off when our lovely Chailer came in. 112. Okay. 112. Check-in data. Let's hope no one else has 112. No one else has 112. Let's fucking go. I think everyone has like a different number for this, which is fun. Me lovely, yes. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think we're good. But yeah, I mean, Bane, if you have like any like organizational tips, or if you want to look at that button and be like, let me play with it, like, hey, let me know. But yeah, Sammy is like my go-to for everything. I don't really use StreamerBot or any of the other ones, but Goobers can be lovely. It's not mutually exclusive. I have a cut on my thumb, and I don't know where I got it because I was just doing the dishes yesterday, and I was literally not touching anything sharp, and I booped my finger. I have a little cut on my thumb, and it's confusing. Sparkle. I like a chime. So hear me out. This is just something I do. You can store your ini files in a folder within the Sammy directory just for load save path. Just for the load save number commands for the file path, add ini before the name. You can store your ini file in a folder. Do you still? No, I literally just had a scrub daddy and like a smooth glass cup, and I didn't even break the glass cup, so I really don't know. But I'm a bit confused, Bane. What do you mean by like you can store that in like there? Why didn't the sound go off? Isn't that the one I just did, Elaine? Did I not save it? I made it so it doesn't. I didn't do the trigger part. I didn't do the. God damn it. I will. I'm just gonna. Why is it still repeating? So it looks like something. Any check-ins? Okay. Let me do that really quick, and then let me just. Oh, that's so quiet. Let me turn that up. There you go. Okay. Let me just copy this button and paste it over here. But let me edit triggers. Let me delete this for now. Okay, so it looked like something like any check-ins in the file path box. Like the 4th of July. Twitch save variable as username. Twitch get load number, file name, check-in data. So I'm presuming you mean like right here. But that means I could put the folder within Sammy? You can store any files within a folder in your Sammy directory. Okay. Yeah, cool, okay. Let me Sammy. Yes. And then I will call this folder check-in data. And then if I move check-in data here, add any before the file name. Add ini slash. And just add the folder name, just name it okay. ini. Okay. Oh, I see. I kind of get what's going on here. Okay. I think I kind of understand. And then save the number would need the same file. Save. Is there anything else? Okay, no. No, there's not. Okay. Let me just make sure. Let me just triple check. Load number, trigger pull down, save. Okay. Add triggers, add Twitch. This is the check-in. I'm gonna call it check-in. Save. Yeah, just to keep things neat and tidy. That way all your ini files are separate from the core. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that did kind of confuse me a bit. I thought we had... No, we did it differently. Okay. My brain was thinking of something and then I forgot. Okay. I'm gonna close this. Docs. Custom docs. This one. Elaine's being a little silly. Twitch request. There you go. A bit of an OBS. Do you use OBS Move? Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen this on Twitter or anything like that. It was made by, if I do check, if I could spell check. It was made by Shindigs. Here we go. So I just kind of went from, I don't know if you've seen this one, but it does this. And what it's doing is it's like triggering multiple moves. Yeah. So I got the code from them. And then the reason why it's like very like nestled like this is because it's tiered. So once you hit 100 check-ins, it does one thing. If you hit 250, it does another one. And so like that's kind of why I did it like this. So it's like the same filter toggles but for different tiers. I'm thinking of doing like a different way of doing this, of like maybe not doing the whole animation through Sammy, cuz like it's a bit a lot. But I have a plan of like kind of making like what's my current tier? You're at 112, 113. So you're in tier 2, which is, I think that one's bronze. Yeah, this is tier 2. And then tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6. I don't think anybody's in tier 6 yet though. But yeah, and so my plan is to like animate this part. but still have like variant tiers. I sketched it on my iPad, and we'll probably be going over it later today once I get all my work done. But yeah. Oh. I wanted to give back Orwell one of the songs that they requested. Because it was like, it's just the same thing. Oh, I don't know. Elaine's little baby brain. Oh, is it? Hold on. Close. There you go. Cool. Okay, so it still works. Pog. And then, oh, this one would need it as well. I almost forgot. I just want to make sure it all has the same. Load number. Save. Okay. And then if I do stars, it should be the same. Yep. There you go. Yeah. So best course of action is to ignore using delay on the far right side of the commands and instead use wait for timeout. You can also use move source filter, changing it via its next action drop down at the bottom right of the filter city to clean up sanding, running the filters manually. That's fair. I think I probably won't change it for now and probably just keep it as it is for now because I plan to animate it. So right now it's like, as you saw, I should show you. Yes! Oh my god, I'd love that. I love getting inspired in what to do. Like, currently, I think the only other cool thing we have is daily word. Which is, where is it? I think it's, commands. It's a command one, but, yeah, I'm gonna be animating it, so I might have to do it a bit differently, but, I think it's, like, daily word Sammy. And then it changes the name, and then if I do what word after it goes away, it shows what the word is. I'd love it if it's, like... Oh, and the other one we have is, like, define... help, because we have a definition bot. I think that's mostly it though. I actually don't know if Sammy actually works on that one, but those are some of the other fun ones that I have. Oh, I can throw you my Bros Guide link if you want. Bit of a volume warming on the trail. Yeah, no, totally. I think, is this the thing I think it is? Yes. Oh, fuck. Boop. Boop. Wow. Okay. I think that's the right one. Hold on. I would like to check if this is... well, I don't know if I want this one. But wave right, wave left. What is it? Waving L. And then like off. And oh yeah, and also, sorry, my bad. Feel free to put the link here in chat. I allow links in my chat, so. Okay, cool, that works. But I might, no, it's fine. I can deal with that another time, because I have two PCs, so I have to think about that, but that's another thing. Let me go back to this guy. Let me actually, does this still do the thing? Do it. Thank you. I'm ready. Okay, sorry, I forget. All this work, including the trailers, were sequenced between OBS. Really? Dude, that's so cool. Whoa. 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 This is such a big brain thing. This is so cool. Holy crap. Whoa. That's so fucking amazing. Yo, let me just let me just follow you on everything. Let me just put a lot of time into Sammy. That's so cool. I wish I had the brain thoughts for all that. Let me just... Oh, I already scrolled. Yeah, okay, cool. That's so sick. That's so sick. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot coming in. Sorry, I didn't mean to scroll. I appreciate, dude, that's so cool. Oh my god, that just makes me so excited to do, like, honestly inspires me to do, like, so much more, because, like, I've had, like, ideas here and there that I'd really like to do, and, like, essentially, like, I had an idea with, like, I have, like, these my little milk beans, and I'd love it if I could have, like, I don't know how I do it, because I don't know if Stream Avatars does this, but I'd love it if, like, I could get, like, the sprites from this per, like, my own watch streaks, combat system, Gamba mechanic. There's tons, and I always want to share what that's awesome. I would love to hear your Gamba mechanics, because currently, I don't know if you can see it, but we have, not that, I clicked the wrong one. We have this one, which is a milk bean blind box, but I don't understand the math on this one. The math on it is, on God, so confusing to me. The only problem is like, it kind of automates the animation, but, like, it's just a box. I could make my own box. I just have to animate it, and I'm lazy. But yeah, anywho, I'd like to, like, get, like, these sprites if possible. I don't know if it's a thing you can grab out of Stream Avatars, but then, like, have them pop up and, like, interact with me, I think would be really cool. But I don't know if you can grab those out of Stream Avatars, and that'd be a whole thing I'd have to find out. Which I guess I could do that right now. Can you grab Stream Avatar sprites of a viewer? Question mark? Viewers. You export. Can you export a viewer's avatar out of Stream Avatars? Navigate to import, export within this import section. I wonder if that's how that works. Hold on, I'm gonna close this. Don't do any gamba while I do this. I want to check something. Okay, I didn't say. How to import, export songs. I mean, go. Exporting content. Oh, I didn't expand it. I think this would just export the sheet that I want. Export selected, test. I think this is just gonna give me the sprite sheet. Yes, it does. Okay, interesting. Okay. I don't know if you can do that, so I have another idea for that I can do. It'll be a bit silly, but I think that'll be the alternate way that we do that. Oops. So the system that popped up in the trailer, B Belatro, is a channel point to BP, the second currency gambling system. There's a bunch of math behind the scenes in Sammy to determine what people can roll for, their actions, and each action plus points, plus multi, 2 times points, 2 times multi, payout, reset, etc. Can change how much BP the person can get back. Interesting. Yeah, I think I just have mine go through, like, normal channel points. It's just, like, with... I on God do not know how the math works for the one that we have. It's like, hold on, I can look at the PDF for it. Cause like the biggest thing is like, for like obviously Gamba, the higher the rarity, like the different ratios it is. But like the math, I don't understand the math. It's like, where's the math? I've included 8 different plushies. Okay, so you can choose and add their weight. The more weight a plushie has, the more likely it is to be drawn. By default, I made each plushie 12 and the secret one 1. This means regular plushies have a 1/8 chance to be drawn by someone, while the rare one has a 1 out of 72 chance. And I don't know how they get that. I made the secondary currency system specifically because I was tired of how limiting Twitch's system point is, since I can't exclusively... Yes! Oh my god, we were talking about that yesterday, how, like, I didn't like how, like, I couldn't give people points. But I guess I wouldn't be against, like, a secondary... Let me write that down. Secondary channel points of... Because if I do custom ones, then I could maybe match it with stream avatars as well. She said, fuck you, hell no. Is it not over there? Wow! Wow! I do not have it. Oh, I got distracted again. Wait, did I get distracted from work? Did I post this yet? 1 second. Let me see if I... Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did fix it. Okay. Just give me 2 seconds, because I forget that I have to send this to my boss. Here it is with fixes. I'm not changing that. It'll be fine. Okay, cool. Okay. I have like 5 things open. Okay, so let's close stuff. I will reopen Maya in a second. Elaine's like got like 10 things going on in her brain right now, and I don't know which one I want to do first. I swore the last time we had her brush was in our room. Also, I've been blessed by a chatter named Bane,
Yeah.
and they have fixed my Sammy, so I no longer have my biggest quality of life issue anymore. And they're also,
Is it the first redeem problem?
yeah. So the vocal stem would always have to be triggered manually, so I'd always do it twice because I felt bad. But now we fixed it.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that they were helping you.
And they're also talking to me about having like a custom channel points. So that way I can like, it's just like Twitch channel points, but instead of like,
Oh, it's like custom Sammy channel points.
yeah, so it would go through Sammy, but it would work just like Twitch channel points, except I can give it to people.
Oh, so like a special currency.
Yes.
They're not gonna game the system.
Yeah. My only concern with it is I'd feel bad for the people.
That don't know about it.
No, because it would automatically be a thing, I think. So I would want it to work just like Twitch channel points, but I think it'd be like, I'd have to ask everyone nicely to transfer it.
What do you mean?
So instead of using Twitch channel points, I'll be asking you to use like your
Oh,
new
like
one.
You would remove
Yeah.
everything from the Twitch channel.
Yeah.
That's kind of awkward. Because, like, no one would know how to interact with it. Like, I mean, I guess you would put something in the Twitch channel points that's like, hey, your Twitch channel point redeem would be create a chat message that tells you how to use the other channel points.
No, I think what would happen is like you would trigger the Twitch channel. Well, I guess that's fine. You can use both. I use both at the same time for balancing purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like using both is the best. I feel like completely removing Twitch channel points would not be the best.
Yeah, I think the ones that I would use for like the special currency would be like the special interactions with stream ones, like the daily word stuff and maybe like the vocal stem stuff. So that way not just anybody can use it. My Brawl uses channel points for the spam bypass, and the BPC has its own set of commands to bound to it. Yeah, that makes sense. Bane has this really cool thing where like it's almost like a combat system that uses the special points, so it's not just channel points and stuff.
That's cool.
So that reminds me of another VTuber who isn't affiliated and thus uses their own point system. That's fair. I didn't think about that. But maybe I'll make a separate thing for that. All right, what's up? Did you find it or?
Not yet. I have more places I can look.
Okay.
Very much into the...
No, that's fair. Alright, I got ideas and I gotta write them down physically or else I'm gonna forget them all. Okay, so we got separate channel points. That'll do fun stuff. Getting plenty of ideas for the Twitch. Yes, I appreciate it. And if you don't mind, if I could like reach out to you if I ever have like ideas or questions, that would be super awesome. Add sound effects. Add SFX to channel points. Of course, same username on Discord as well. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, I want to 3D model the ground floor. Model milk store. And then another one I want to do is animate new check-in card. I wish there was a store that is kind of like what we're doing, or like a system or a place that I could take inspiration from. Chuck E. Cheese. I'm kidding. Because essentially we're a milk club here. I wish I realized I don't say that often anymore. But anywho, welcome everybody to the Milk Club, hosted by your favorite maincoow, the Elaine. But yes, we are a club here. I kind of run it like an after-school thing, but even though we're more of a co-working thing, so it's kind of like I realize co-working and after-school club they're very different. My brand is a bit confusing, I think. It's okay. We'll think about it later. We'll do what we can. A cult? No. No, there's plenty of cults. We don't need to be a cult. We have plenty of cults in the world. I might... Let me look at free sounds for chimes, actually. Chime. Can you guys hear my scissors with the browser? No, okay, that's fine. I'm very afraid of that one. You're a cult of personality? Oh, shit, thank you. Ow. That was kind of cute. These ones are cute for like a... Hold on, I'm going to play it for you guys because it's like actually these are kind of cute sounds. I'm going to turn down the browser though. I'm a little lactose intolerant, but I just tolerate it. We have lactose-free milk here. If I was a monstrosity, I'd have a nipple for each kind of milk. Strawberry, chocolate, lactose-free, 2% whole milk. Please don't clip me saying that. Please don't clip me saying that. That was an inside thought that just came outside and I'm sorry. I thought that one was cute for like a check-in one, but I think it's too slow. This is like a similar one, but it's like not as slow, which I think I like. Like for a check-in sound. So I think I might just grab like a few sounds while I'm here. What? Which one am I grabbing though? Oh, well, don't laugh like that. Don't laugh in all caps at me. Please. Please. What? Nothing. 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 You didn't hear anything. Listen, I like eldritch things, okay? It's just... That's a thing I've thought about a lot as a cow VTuber, cat-cow VTuber, you know? Just... It's a... Anywho. We have a bong sound. LMNO... Let me test my bonky. This is the wrong one to test my bonky. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. I think I do like 3, I think. Oh. There you go. Yeah, but then I'd have to... I think I'd have to edit the bonk thing. Right? I have to edit it to be shorter, I think. Because how many bonks do we get per? A lot. And I'd rather it match up. Okay, I'll just redo it then. And to redo it, I'm gonna disconnect my face tracking. Pico hammer. What layer does the hammer go on? I don't remember.
Can I point out one thing with the numbers? And,
yes.
I think it's good for me to like test it on stuff, and then we'll see if there's any problems after I test it.
Okay, let me reopen the file.
Thank you.
Yeah. What?
It was really big.
Yes, and?
Nothing.
Okay, there you go. Wait, well, it's still... Okay, cool. This is global setting. Okay. Actually, I'm messing with the bonk, but I'll keep the bonk on my head because you bonked me. Okay. Alright, what's up?
These outside.
Ah, Yeah, you right. My bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
I thought I got all of them.
No, I thought you did too at first, and I was like, hold up. And then
Why didn't this one?
the same thing on the 9 and the 6.
Why is this one not?
Is it the start end?
Is this not?
Smooth? Question mark.
Convert to smooth. Oh no, that much makes it rounded. I will do this instead, cause I do it this way. I thought I copied and pasted you. Don't lie to me. Okay.
Yeah, the only other thing was that part on the 9 and then the same on the 6.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to manually do that because they were not. Well, I could just.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I'll manually do it. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing I say is just be careful because you fixed it on this pass, but whenever you have those like little pixel misalignments, those will show up in like the final. So just kind of make sure that they're smoothed. If that makes sense. But everything, like the part in here that I pointed out that was kind of bumpy.
This.
Yeah, I think it's good now, but before it had a little bit more of a.
I think that's because it's pixelized. If it's rasterized, well, you can kind of see it a little bit.
It's probably good enough because it's gonna get smoothed again.
Okay.
So as long as there's not like a clear like lip, it should be fine.
Aye, Captain. Did you pull your beans for today?
Yeah, I pulled them before you got on stream at the beginning, and I got all duplicates, and then another person got theirs, and I complained about it.
Two people got them actually.
Like I said, it's been rigged since the start.
You're the one that decides the numbers, man. How can it be rigged when you're the one deciding the math?
Because statistically, the fact that I've never been the first to get it, even though I'm the first to redeem them every month, is kind of unfortunate.
Well, then fix the math, big dog.
Well, I did give you a note that I think we should change it for next month, because I think this is the second month in a row that we've had this problem where people are getting like the rare ones on day 1, but they're not able to get the uncommon ones, which I think is just like, it's up to you whether or not you want to make it more common for the uncommons or more rare for the rares to fix that.
I don't really care. You're the one that's like, I don't like it. A little math rigging as a treat. As a treat. You say as a treat, but then my mom's the one here that's like, it's fucked. It's fucked. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. I don't do math. Pacific. And I will fix my face tracking in 10 seconds. I apologize. This is the old one. Nope. There you go. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. This good? Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, I didn't see that one.
That's okay. 23. Gotta put on my big boy glasses. Actually, would you mind getting me my glasses from the living room?
Yeah.
Now that I don't wear an over-the-head headset, I wear earbuds now, and I can wear my glasses now because it hurts my head. Yo, damn, she getting bonked. I am getting bonked. I'm trying to fix something. I think it's good now. Oh, gross. I think I have a thing over there, but if it's easier for you to grab yours, that's fine as well. Are you cooking something?
There was some stuff on the bottom of the air fryer, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Are you rotated? No. Okay, cool.
I think it's good. So I do have one comment, and think we're just gonna have to test to see what the E looks like on an actual like D20 and see if it's too narrow in places.
Mm-hmm. 2, 3.
So I say we hold off on this until we decide if this E shape's gonna work. But I'm just gonna add a note for now. When we do address the final E, we should change the radius of those curves to match these a little bit more. But I'd say like you can.
Okay, but 6. Okay.
Is that okay?
I think, and then I think the only thing that has to change is this needs to be 23.
Yeah.
But I didn't do it on those guys either.
This is a little bit better. If it's more, I can get it.
Good enough. I think the only problem with me wearing my glasses is like I have. Oh, I don't know. Do more. It's bringing forth my astigmatisms. Fuck.
You realize how blind you are? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's like I have an astigmatism with the lights and stuff, and if the glasses are blurry, it makes the
Oh well, yeah.
makes it worse. Especially because when I'm at my desk, that's.
Your lights are real bright.
What do you want me to do, hotshot?
It was just.
What you want me to
It
do?
wasn't a like this needs to be fixed. It was just a statement of fact.
I feel awfully judged for someone who's not a VTuber.
I wasn't stating a fact. It makes the astigmatism work because there are bright lights. Anything else?
No, I'm just gonna take this and position it on the corners. And then, do you want me to put this file in the design chat and then pin it for you?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Or just upload it to Google Drive and then that might be a better play. Just put it on Google Drive and then link the Google Drive that way if there's iterations.
Where?
Physical, the manufactured.
In the art or in the, because we have 2. We have art and then
I don't think the dice are in art, are they?
they are, I think. Merchandise. All these are not color coded. Oh yeah, I got next question. My dear editors, you're my editing senpai. What do you mean? But yeah, hit me up. Yeah, these are.
Yeah, just make a folder for like assets or fonts or something like that. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good spot. That way, if there's iterations of the file, we can just update it.
Okay, and then I'm going to.
Also, so this is Affinity 3. Do you need to export it as something else for me to open it in Affinity 2?
I didn't think about that. What would you want to edit with it? The blur zoom that every editor does. It has a name. The blur zoom? Can you show me an example?
The only things I would need to change on my end would be background transparency, possibly, and
Do you just want me to give you this? Like it transparent?
I don't remember, honestly. Let's just do transparent, and then I can put it on the background if I need to.
Okay.
And then, yeah, if you just give me the transparency, that works. Because the only things I would need to change for alphas are the background and giving things like a uniform blur. But if I have transparency, I can do that.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be testing that stuff like kind of the end of this week, today, tomorrow, Saturday. We'll see how it
Okie dokie.
goes tomorrow. And so I'll let you know if we need to make any changes.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Send some of this. Okay, give me 2 seconds to export all these files, and then I got you, Pookie. I got you, Pookie. So you want the DaVinci equivalent, right? Is just before I get into it, do you just want the DaVinci equivalent? Because I think, if it's what I think it is, I think there is a preset for it. Yes. No, I'm good. How's the pretzel?
It's a little more like handmade feeling than the Trader Joe's ones, but it's not as good as getting them from restaurant.
That's fair. 7. Yeah, or at least a specific name so I can look it up accurately. Yeah, I got you. Let me just put these boys in here. And then this over here.
This reminds me, I had a question for you guys.
Is it this? That kind of like this kind of thing? Oh, fucking, I'm in the middle. Hold on. This thing? Like the very beginning. Yee? I think, let me just triple check, because I think I know something equivalent, but I don't know if it's exactly the same. Then let me just also save this so I can stop the thing. Main bonk, select. Save, okay. And then, okay, and then, like a smooth blur zoom in. Yeah. I have no idea what it's called. I feel like I know what it is, but I'm just gonna make sure, because I feel like DaVinci has one that's similar to it already. And no reason to reinvent the wheel if you can get something similar, so let me just check. If it wants to load and not crash, that is. Also, let me... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 10. So what if I did it for a second? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 3. Okay. Have you ever gotten tested for? Oh, I have. I'm on Adderall. Don't you worry, bud. I am on Adderall. Okay. So we'll just do it right here. So it's it's a zoom in.
This reminds me.
No, it's a zoom out and then like a, okay. I think. And also let me just connect this again. I am riddled with ADHD and could it be this one? This is medicated Ellen, yep. Crash zoom, why did that not? Yeah, I think it's that.
This reminds me.
It's called crash zoom. If you go into toolbox video transition, crash zoom I would say is the closest one. Because the zoom, yeah. I would say crash zoom is like the closest one. It's like, yeah. Yeah, definitely crash zoom. If it's not exactly, you could probably mess with it a little bit. But I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure it's that one. This is just me when I have a lot of ideas. Yeah, of course, no problem. Right, another bonk. And it has to be 3 seconds long. A second long? Did I make it a second? I think I made it a second long, didn't I? I made it a second long. Cool. So it's got to end here. So that means we got to trim these up a little bit. Still not enough. They're in my ear. Okay, that still works as a noise. One minute, 10 seconds. We can try it. Export audio. Export. Font. Documents. Replace. Delete. I have so many files in here. Yeah, I'll most likely be doing fuck it, we ball stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, like, most of the times I think, like, DaVinci has, like, good standard presets for a lot of that, but, yeah, I'm happy to help where I can. This is not the folder I wanted to open. 2D new folder, dice, face. He wants to hold me. Okay, this one, and then this one, add sound. Boop. 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 Save. Okay, edit triggers. Channel point redemption. Save. Okay, so now if I go into here and I do bonk. How much does it cost? Does it cost 20? Ooh, I just can't stop. Huh? Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, I'm so happy that works. Also, welcome on in, Raider. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Okay, that's like really loud. Hold on. Thank you for the head pats. Okay, now will it work? Okay, that works. Hold on. You know what? Not bad. That means I have to change one more thing, which is this guy, which has to stop after 1 second then? Does it have a cooldown? The one time I don't want to know if it has a cooldown. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. My bonk is done. The wish you well and the good night. The good night one. I want the honk. The honk. Me. Honk shoe. Snoring. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna download this one, but I think I'm gonna lessen the amount that it has in it. Doop. Think right there. And like that. Nope, no file, save project. Nope, export audio. Sleep underscore honk me. There you go. Even a person who me. Actually, let's delete button. Paste button, edit triggers. Good night, save, edit triggers. Nope. And then we'll just grab the other one. Good night, SFX. There we go. Save. Okay. then I want to do it like this. And then the last one I want is the wish you well one. Oh, I still needed Audacity. It's okay. Let's duplicate this. Let's go to Sparkle, maybe? I'm sorry. I'm muting the browser so you guys don't have to hear this. I think I like this one. Yeah, I like this one. I could be a man. Get the music, tell me what I am. I could be a living. I could be. Okie dokie, file. Export audio. This will be mystery sparkle. Oh my god! Hi, my god! Hello, my dear. How are you doing? Welcome on in, Feral Raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was your stream? Did you have a good one? We're just doing a bunch of random shit today. It's general stream maintenance, thinking of new ideas that I want to do, but how's it going? I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I know that shit can take it out of you. So feel free. I finally get to raid you. Yippee! Nathaniel Fallcrest, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I think you always end before I can stop by. That is fair. You do. I do think you stream later than I do. If I had to guess, I think. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, thank you for coming in. I don't know if I turned that off or not. I did. Okay. Baby girl, how you been? I'm pretty good. Having a pretty good day. Just kind of doing whatever. We had awesome help from a chatter. What is this wizardry? This is Sammy Core. This is kind of like streamer bot, but level hard. It does everything that Sammy bot can, or that streamer bot can do, and any of the other ones can do. It just takes a little bit more like sit down and setup kind of thing. And so I was messing with it because I had some things that I wanted to fix, some things I wanted to update, add sound effects and stuff. So shit, you going back? I used to see you could get more interaction with PNG YouTubers with it. Yeah, I think so, but I like it a lot. You're right, but yeah, streamer but it has an actual yeah, but yeah, I like this one a lot. It's very nice, and Bane here is like awesome. They were helping us kind of debug some stuff and giving us some cool ideas. So, but how was your stream? StreamerBot is better now. Listen, I'm already indoctrinated into the Sammy cult. Okay, I'm already in this bitch. I don't want 5 programs to all do different but the same thing. You know, that's just me though. But yeah, no, welcome on in. I hope your stream was great. What were you up to? You were just chatting. I was chatting. Oh, grant you that. They went dark mode for stream. Oh, fuck yeah. We love a good dark mode. I think that's everything that I wanted to clean up, except for maybe this. This is my Insta info, because my Insta got banned. Watching State of Play. Oh, interesting. I hope that was fun. I have a lot of like things on my computer that I want like off. Okay, I think that's at the very least good enough. Okay, cool. I love preserving my ability to see and not being blinded by programs. This is fair. But yeah, we're just doing some general maintenance stuff. Thinking I either 3D. I don't know. There's so many things I want to do today. I want to animate something, but at the same time I want to 3D model something, and at the same time I want to take a nap. At the same time I want to play a video game, and it's just like all over the place for me today. So yeah, welcome on in. I'm having a very ADHD riddled day, even though I took my meds, and I just think it's because I'm so motivated of wanting to do so many things. But welcome on in, and I hope my brain constantly on God. It's usually easier if I know what I have to do in a day. I'm getting my bed back soon. Oh my God, yippee! Yearning to cook. On God. On God. Open more tabs. Bet. Hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Is that enough tabs? Sorry, I just saw them all open and that's giving me anxiety. I gotta close these. I'm sorry. It was a good joke for 5 seconds and then it gave me anxiety. This bitch out here, what? You got something to say, Pixels? You got something to say? And you didn't have the power? What? The power to what? 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 All right. We'll write one. Go back. I'm feeling called out for some reason. You looked at my phone tabs and your tism fucking died. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Pixels has like, so I don't know if anybody else has this, but I didn't know. So only recently did I get like an Apple product that I use regularly. And talking about the different milks on, no, we are not going back to that. We are not talking about that. Thank you very much. I don't know what we were talking about. So I have an iPad. I've been using Procreate. Procreate's great. Love it. 10 out of 10. However, I learned that unlike Samsung, you cannot do like a close all background tabs at once. And it pisses me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. That shit pisses me off a little bit. Like, why can I not? Why am I not allowed to turn them all off? Yeah, with Samsung, all you gotta do is close all programs, and it's done. It's diddly done. Apple, nah. They want you to use your fingers. Use them and use them good, they say. And it's a little annoying in my opinion. Why do you ever close them? Because I don't need them. If I don't need my toys, I put them away. And if I want the toy again, I get it later. Exactly. Why need to close if don't use? You put your toys in the toy bin for later. You put them away for later. And then you come back later if you want it again. You goober. And then, like, don't get me wrong. There are some tabs that I keep open, like recipes. But, bitch, I don't have shit open. No. Pixels, you're starting to sound like the kid that has to have all their stuffed animals near them, or else you think they'll all cry. Listen, sometimes you gotta take some of the lesser favorite ones, and then you put them away. How many tabs have you open on your mobile browser? Like 20, I think. Pixels has like hundreds. I look at his phone and he has like 300 tabs open in his browser. I think I have like 20. Let me check. I'll check right now. I have 25. I can close 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like I have other ones. Okay, so I closed 4 of them, but like some of these are recipes, which is I think is fair. One's a wish list. 124. It's a lot more though. Work or play. Then and then I have like this designer that I kind of want stuff from, but they're gonna go like out of sale, so I don't know. I could close like 2 of these, but I don't as a reminder. But like, if you're not like at some point you gotta close it. A ton more because they're not in your face, yeah. But I'm just saying, if you don't need it, put it away. That's all I'm saying. Do you guys not have bookmarks? I have bookmarks. I have a ton of bookmarks. But Pixels just wants to keep his stuff open on his phone all the time. Anywho. Anywho. I get pissed off. I don't call you. Only one I feel like I can talk to. And anywho, I hope you're all having a great day. But yeah, like I literally had to tell Pixels that like you can have like these saved groups. You can close them and open them when you need. And I know I'm a part of my autism comes out when I organize things. But at the same time, it's like, maybe it's my autism. Maybe it's just the autism, guys. Maybe it's just the autism. Like, I could understand if someone's like, listen, I don't do this because, you know, it just doesn't bug me. My brain's all over the place already. I'm so autistic at her. On God, sister. On God. And like, Elaine-tism, I have autism. There is not a doubt in my mind at this point in my life, especially with what me and my therapist talk about, that I have autism at this point. Especially because we found the genetic core of it all. I was hoping I could see this better. As that doesn't super matter. But yeah, it's a grand old time. But I'm presuming it's just my autism. I know for a fact that when in the shit on work end of the year, I had like 100 tabs open across my... I cannot. I'll get so overstimulated if I have that many tabs open. The genetic core, that must have been expensive. Expensive emotionally. Set up to open everything that was lost. Open when I and stop. I'm not reading your chats anymore. You know what? This is why you don't have the last bean. Because you refuse. The one thing that pisses me off, is people having hidden meetings or don't say what they mean. Yeah. That's fair. Ew, what the fuck happened to you? Why are you weird? There you go. But that's completely fair. It is not an easy thing, that is. I need flat lighting. Use flat lighting. There we go. Passive aggressive, no hun. I say it with whole chest. That's fair. I mean, for me, it's like I am very much like I'm not really a confrontational person. So like there's that, but at the same time, it's kind of like, if you don't like me, just say you don't like me. You know, like it's cool if you don't like me, just say that, you know. Don't make me think that, like, I'm like honestly, if like someone doesn't like me, just tell me you don't like me, and then like, fine, that okay, whatever. You have haters? No, I probably do. I feel like I probably do. Use flat lighting with this. That helps none, really. I think it's because of the top camera. Could I change the focal length? That doesn't help. Okay. They're super easy. He's like, cool. I find people who do that. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's too many times where, like, people will say that, like, they like you, and then they just don't. They don't. And then it's like, oh, okay. Because, like, I'm a person that, like, if I think that you want to be my friend, I'm going to try to put my whole pussy in it. But, like, the moment I kind of feel, I feel like the moment you kind of, like, show me that, like, you're not even going to put a quarter of a bussy into it, I don't give a shit anymore. It hurts my feelings, and then I don't want to talk to you anymore. And, like, I understand that, you know, neurodivergency and everybody's different, but at the same time, like, I don't know. But I'm also at the other end of the sword of just like, if something bothers me that like is gonna be more, it's sometimes they say you're my friend, I'm just like, I just met you, you don't, yeah. But everybody knows a gal who shouts people out and spreads good vibes. As you, I would hope so. I would hope so, Taylor. Like, to be fair, I think my level of friends is much more trusting than most people, because like I find everybody in my chat is my friend. But the minute you kind of do something that makes me a little upset, my brain goes, okay. Okay. And if it actually pisses me off or like annoys me a bit, like I'll probably think about it, but like honestly, it's most of the times it's not worth, like, I don't know how to explain, like, I'm not like, there are times where like people in my life have like annoyed me about something and I don't do something about it. I think it's most times the effort in which you show me, like, I think most times when I don't confront something, it is because the effort that you show me that you're willing to put into us being friends is not equivalent to the effort that I'm willing to put us into being friends. So I'd rather us just be acquaintances than put into the energy of trying to fix our relationship when I know for a fact you're not going to. It's easier just not to tell people because they aren't in a place to listen. Yeah, I'm getting a spam call. But yeah. That's because, like, on God, tell me the truth, but also at the same time, I understand it is hypocritical that sometimes I don't talk about it. Because, like, it's just sometimes that energy just isn't worth it. And yeah, sometimes I'll complain a little bit more than I should, but at the same time, it's like, I just need the feelings off my chest. And, like also, no good relationship, like, also, if you have a friend, like, here's the other side of the coin, too. It's like, if you have a friend and they're making you uncomfortable, but that relationship is worth it, they have put in the time to care about you, then you gotta talk through the uncomfortable shit. Because any relationship that can talk through or talk about something that makes you uncomfortable, it will be a good relationship, no matter if it's platonic or romantic. So, yeah, that's Elaine tips of the day. This is a drawing that I'm trying to finish, but don't mind that. Oh no, it's in this guy. I was coloring last night, and this is where it is. I was playing with pens, don't mind that. I have no friendship today. I will not speak for months, and it feels like on God! Like, that's another thing, though. I feel like in, especially today's, like, social media culture, it's either you're a person that, like, you could talk, like, once a year, and it'll feel like nothing. Or it's someone who's like, if you don't talk to me constantly, I don't know that we're friends. And I'm not really like that, especially because, like, I'm not one. There is a very small amount of people that I can even hang out with a Discord in for a long time. And it's not a lot. And it's not even that long. Like, I think the longest I can hang out with people in a group call before my social battery dies is, like, 4 hours. And that's with, like, my closest friends. You know? And so it's kind of like, I don't know. Hi, Kiwi. I hope you slept. Did you sleep? But I don't know. I don't really know what my point is, but, like, I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, I'm always here for people. You know where to find me. Slept. I'm awake. Okay, good. I was worried about you. I don't know. I'm just the kind of person, you know where I am, you know where to find me. If you want to hang out with me, you know where to do it. If you need a friend, you got my DMs. I'm not that hard to find. And that's just, like, my thing with it. It's a good thing you're here, Kiwi. I'm making a new check-in card, and I need help. It's literally that simple. On God. And, like, also, oh my God, this is maybe a me thing, but be punctual. Be punctual. If you ask me to hang out with you, be punctual. And also, don't be like, oh my God, let's hang out. And then you reach out to me, and then I reciprocate that, and then ghost me about it. If I could tell you the failed collab, I just you just went through. Oh my god, you can DM it to me if you don't want to put it here. You can DM it to me. I'm all here for listening, but yeah, and it's just like I mean, like I don't know. I don't want to go too far into it because it's like people can forget, things happen, but at the same time, like just time is precious. Respect everybody's time, bro. Don't be a boober, which is a bad goober, a boober. Be a goober? Goober good, boober bad. Sounds like those are people who want to hang out but don't want to make the plans. Exactly. And like, oh my god. Like the thing is too, when you go through the effort of making the plan and then they just don't, it's like I cannot. I cannot. Okay. We gotta make a Milk Club card. I think. I don't really know. I had an existential crisis earlier because I was like, I need plans because it's important to me. I need plans to function. Yeah, exactly. And like, I think people have to understand, like, I think a lot of people don't understand that is like important to people. So they'll forget that. And then they're like, oh, it's whatever. Like, unless we have this like verbal understanding that this is a chill session and timing does not matter, timing fucking matters. And that's just my piece. Anywho, Milk Club card. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm thinking of doing a new Milk Club check-in card. But I don't know because Elaine has gone through an existential crisis of branding. It's chill when I get all the boring prep shit out of the way. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. Maybe I should write this shit down. Maybe it's not time to make the card. Maybe it's time to think our branding a little bit. We're not rebranding or anything. It's just like we have like 3 aesthetics going on in my head, and I don't know how to combine it. I know I can. And if you have ADHD time blindness, feel free to come early instead of waiting around. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I don't know. It's hard. It's always like a hard mix of things, and you know, it be what it be. It be what it be. What was I thinking about? Okay, so the aesthetic of stuff. Sorry that my handwriting's messy today. Is chill, like after school club. Oh my god, thank you for sharing your 80-day streak with me. Cotton Candy Skies, what up, Quits? Chill after school club. Okay. And then welcome on in, Zato. Thank you for the check-in. I saw you in here earlier. Aesthetic. Yes. Chill after school club, like a little corner store. Like a bodega. But not a bodega because I feel weird if this was like the Milk Club bodega because, or the milk bodega because bodega isn't technically within my culture, so I'd feel a little weird. Last break, thought I'd share a pretty sunset. Oh, that is so pretty, Quetzal. Oh, thank you. I love sunsets. Thank you. Another good at like I guess like general like aesthetic / vibes is I had it in my head and now it's gone. Oh, like couch co-op. And so these, didn't we watch the TikTok that breaks down what makes it a bodega? I think we did. But you know, it's just like I kind of want it's the vibes. I gotta take my glasses off. I'm like over processing my environment and it's freaking me out a little bit. Okay, so I like this pencil a lot, but I don't think I like it for like just sketching, like writing stuff down. Okay. So what in our world, like, that I can take reference from? Because, like, we're gonna make it original, obviously. But what in the world has this aesthetic to it? Where it's, like, just, like, a comfy... I think these are the main ones, right? As like, a little corner store, but also, like, a club. And the first thing I think of is Chuck E. Cheese, which we're not doing that. We're not making VTuber Chuck E. Cheese. I'm sure someone else has already done that. Not that that matters, but... Where is some place you can hang out, but also not making Chuck VT? Could be like a boba or a game shop. The thing is, okay, so I guess if we have to break down like the club part, and then my hand is too fat, it keeps thinking I'm undoing it. The club versus like the store, right? The store, I think what would be really cool would be like, a mall. Kind of like the mall. Hold on. The mall, maybe we're onto something with the mall. But the store would contain like, I would think would be cool to do books, like references to games, like snacks. I've collected what is happening? Why is my tablet being weird? Snacks. Flowers. I think flower. Yeah, like a bodega kind of thing. Yeah. Did I tell you you did not? What happened? What happened at school today? And then club, I want like couch gaming. I want like a work studio kind of thing. And like the reading nook, I think, are the important parts. So now we have to somehow think about how to combine these into something. I thought the mall was kind of like a fun idea, and then but like that's a whole thing though. There was a Valentine's party in one of the apartments, so I went. Oh, how was that? Did you get any treats? Did you get any treats from going? Some malls have those play place areas, so instead of a food court, there's a shared space kind of thing. That's fair. This is like, but I still want this to be like second floor, and then this is the first floor. Part of me thinks I must away. See you in an hour and a half. Sounds good. Bye, Quetzal. I love you. Part of me thinks what we should do is we should go to Ziply, find an empty barn, take pictures of the empty barn, and just fill that shit back in. I think is my plan. I feel like that would be a good idea. There's a boba bar, basically fruit, juice, pearls, and tea, lemon, king cake filled with chocolate cream. Ooh, that sounds delicious. That sounds so fun. Did you partake? Were you able to partake in any of that? Maybe that's what I should do. Dinner break. Get something yum. That's cute. Thank you for the wellness check. See, I have a sound effect now. I will stretch because I'm feeling a stretch in my bones. No, why didn't you drink any of it? Or eat any of it? Barn for sale. I'll look up barn for sale. Barn for sale. New Yorker corner stores. Yes. Similar, yeah. Nope. Hold on. Oh, I turned my light off. Just kidding? You better be kidding, because that sounds fucking great. I need a new private window. Oh. Oh. Is it gonna do the thing that I wanted to do, or? Barn for sale. I have to fix my hair. My hair's like falling out. Okay. Old antique barns for sale. There we go. The napkins were square, so I made a butterfly out of one and a crane out of. That's so cool. That's so cool. I love. Did you do it like origami style? I love doing origami here and there where I can. Bro, why is this taking like forever? Is it cause of this shit? Oh, this will be faster. Yeah, this was faster. Okay. Does this show? What are the fucking blueprints? Barn blueprints? I fucking closed the wrong Chrome tab. Old barn blueprints. Okay. Farm store. Farm store? Maybe I should look up a farm store? Farm store interior. My face is warm. Wait, I like this banister. Wait, what is this? Where does this come from? Where does this image come from? See more like this? If you're the devil, then I will sell you my soul. Moment to show you. Shop loft ideas. I think I have to get a different hairband because it's like kind of hurting my brain. I really liked this. I wish I knew what the thing was from though. FBI buildings. I don't like that it's FBI buildings. What does this mean? Farm boy industrial buildings? Maybe a barn house since it's already a converted space. I looked at barn houses. I just, the problem, or I guess I should look up, I think the problem with it was like they were filled. Barn house. Can I look it up on like a, for sale? Ohio. Yeah, like it really doesn't matter where it is because I just need it for reference. So give me whatever you got, Google. Please hold to confirm you are not a robot. Was my press hold human enough? I don't want a big one though. What about this one? Oh my god, this shit loads so slow. My press and hold wasn't human enough. God damn it. Dun, 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 dun. This shit's so slow. Weird. Running west. Paste and go. There you go. This is an L-shaped one. I don't really like an L-shaped house. Okay, I have to not be lazy and use both hands. Search. Okay, whatever. New Jersey. Let's look at New Jersey. Oh, it's Zillow again. I don't know if Zillow will let us look at stuff. Let's look at the, can I sort them? I guess I can't. I just want a small one. Like, it doesn't need to be big. It's funny. Like a two-story house. Not too big. Just enough for a little guy and her beans. New York. Can I look at some in like... I want to look at some in like... Let's look at Mississippi. Mississippi, you know, in the bayous. Home type houses, multi-condos, lots. Wait, I want a farmhouse, barn house. A barn is essentially a warehouse with space for animals. Yeah. This is not... Can I look a barn? No, that's not gonna give me what I want. I type comments soon. Parking spot has basement. I just want to look at barns, man. Like, how can I look at just more barns? Look at this one. This is $4 million. God damn. I feel like the term of barn is getting a little, it's getting a little fancy, you know? Oh, I think I found something. Send it to me. Let me see. I have always lived in the dark. I will say I do not like that front, but I like literally everything else. Kiwi. Real estate media. Can I... Real estate? Can I see what you've already done? Oh, gosh. That's cool. Where do I see your previous ones, though? Just a baby crash? Oh, no. What happened? Everything okay, guys? Sorry, I wasn't looking over. My bad. Is everything okay? Twitch blip us? Twitch blip us a little bit? Look, it's... Ah, ha, 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 I found it on Zillow. Oh, let's go. It came back in like 2 seconds. Good, 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 good. That's a good amount of land. Alright, give me the blueprints. I think our internet blipped, but it was short enough not to kill stream. Okay, that's good. This was nice. It's a nice place. Give me the goddamn blueprints. How do I find the blueprints for a house? Can you, like, look... How to find the blueprints for my house? This is not... Floor plans. You have thousands of ordering floor house plans. I don't want to contact anybody. I just want it to be on the internet. Blueprint. This does not look like the same house. I think these are all the same pictures. From the city departments? How do I do that? Not a public building? It's a house, so... Property record. Search home directly. Try using layout instead of blueprint. Okay. Layout. I'm gonna look at every fucking home site that's selling a house. No, fuck off. I'm not signing in. I wish I could... Because they took pretty good pictures and they said they did 3D pictures. So I'm just like curious if... I didn't have to rub it in my face. Let me look at images. Oh! Is this the same house? 8560. Maybe? Oh shit, where did it go? Is it in one of these 88 photos? Gotta scroll now. Pretty sure it wasn't. I feel like I scrolled through all of these already, but... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, no. No. Where'd that image come from? Floor plan might work better. Ooh. Yeah, because it looks like it has it, but, like, I don't... Let me just look it up like this. Imagine your job security being threatened because of not going to bed on time. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, I think that makes sense. Give me the floor plan. Give me the floor plan. We already look at realtors.com? No, we did not. It's 8. Hold on. It's 8. Fucking. Why is this not in order? 8, 5, 6 here. It's this one. No way you won't fly around. Is it because graphic acceleration is off? I don't want to go to bed. You gotta go to bed. Job security is important, bud. Alright, what about now? Anyways, good night, Airdom. Is it gonna, like... Where is the quality gone? I want... Am I not supposed to zoom in this much? I want to look at the house. Give me the house, man. What's this? There's an interactive thing right there. What is this? Give me the floor plan. Living room. More? Give me the floor plan, you son of a bitch. I guess I could guesstimate it. I don't want to guesstimate it. I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I know what you need, baby. That's not what I need. Okay, okay. It's fine. I'm going to reference that layout then. I'm going to use the pictures for it. But what's important now, I think, is for us to look up places that feel like an after-school club and bodega. That's the next thing. What is the name of a place that you can buy things from but also hang out in? The first thing that is not an AI thing says Hobby Lobby. Third space examples? Yeah, but I don't want to be a cafe. What is this? Third space? Third space are socially started serving from home, first place, second place. Examples include... But the thing is, the Milk Club is my house and a store and the club. You know? Like, unfortunately, it's like the first, second, and third place all in one place. And I don't know how to do that. Pastier, you could look up clubhouse examples then? Okay. Think Wildwood? You mean Wormwood? No, Wormwood, not wrong. Is it Wildwood? I feel like Wildwood is also incorrect. What the fuck is it called? Wonderwood. God, Jesus Christ. We got there. We got there. We Wildwood, Wormwood, Wonderwood. We got there. We got there. Wonderwood's really cool. I've been here alone. It's really nice. They have really good food. It makes me think of a clubhouse for those planned neighborhoods or the lodges at the campgrounds. That's fair, except I'd live in one of those. Vintage. Let's look at vintage, because I don't... Never mind. Vintage makes me think of weird things. Interior. Excuse me. I think I got a sketch. I think I gotta fuck around and find out, I think is the thing. Because I think, again, the problem that I have with a lot of, like, a lot of parts of my stream is, like, I am trying to take things and mash them together. You know? Like a cat and a cow. Like a cat and a cow. Okay. I'm gonna make this smaller. Like a cat and a cow, my guys. Like a cat and a cow. Okay, so... I'm trying to think. So... I don't know if I want a curved roof or not. And barn shapes. The only restriction and the only notifying thing is that it has to be within a barn. Because in my lore, I took an abandoned barn and I made it our home. And like that's our only restriction, is it has to be within an abandoned barn. What I miss, me going crazy because I'm trying to make my stream aesthetic all over again. That mixes all of this. A monitor barn would be cool. Monitor barn. What? Is that the dill from back at the barnyard? What are you talking about, Orwell? Do like top as your bedroom? We can maybe do like a smaller version of this, maybe? A more squat version. Monitor barn, interior. I don't... Wait. No, Elaine understands. Wait, this is a cool view. Guys, what are the bets that I can log into my account? Login failed. Okay. Oh, this is Dad who fights coyotes. Dad. Back at the barnyard. He was kind of cool, wasn't he? I just remember the show being very silly. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember a lot of the characters. No, I remember the rat. Mr. Bombastic, Jelly Fantastic. Makes me sad that I can't open Instagram now. Is it anywhere else? It's on this website. Cool. It's a bear! Load. Look at that bear! Look at that bear. Look at that bear. Look at that bear. You can't see it on stream, but it's a very funny looking bear. Here's a cool barn tour. Let me see. God damn it, Vexed! Oh, you can't even hear it. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. God damn you. You know the rules, and so do I. How could you do this? Can't believe you've done this. These aren't pictures that I exactly expected, but I do like them. I really liked this view. Like, this view is really cool. The Bald Hill Barn, inspired the Rocky Mountain West. The barnyard, a Western-inspired timber frame barnyard. Let me see your face again. See for a while. I quite like this. I don't think I'd do this like back. Like this back wall, I think is just gonna be the back wall. I'd bring the staircase forward, I think. Where does the staircase lead to? I'm presuming it leads up, but I'm like a little confused. No, it's up and then left, I think. They have... Look at the bear! It's a bear. Good venue for a wedding. It could be. That moose makes me sad. Yeah, so the stairs go in the back. Nah, it's square. It's a square staircase. Okay. So I'd probably put that in the front, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. No, I think I'm vibing with this. Yeah, I'm vibing with this. There's another bear. Do you think they took the downstairs bear and put him upstairs for this picture? No, there's 2 bears! There's 2 bears! There's 2 bears. Okay, cool. I think I like this. So yeah, I would bring the staircase forward. Even though I guess that would jut out a little bit. So if I were to do this, we'd have... Hold on. I guess this is where pure ref and shit comes into play, huh? Driving with my darling. What do you mean I can't copy this image? Ew. Just keep it. I should. Driving with my darling. Okay, so... Okay. So if we were to kind of like make the barn, I would want it to be pretty like squat. I think like this monitor barn is more like longer this way, but I think I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to model all that. So, and then we have, it's kind of like cut. It's cut into 3s. I think the sides are thinner than the main hall, I think. And then we have the loft. Yes, and then we'd have... Oops. Are you gonna design it in Minecraft? Maybe. That would be fun. I might. That actually sounds kind of fun. Yeah, I probably will. Okay, so by the look of the staircase... Let me look back at the staircase pictures. Because this is pretty square, so yeah, I probably should. Hayloft? I got you. I'll listen to both. Add to queue. Add to queue. Okay. So it's like, it would go like this, I think. And then it kind of goes... Yeah, so it goes like this. I say this. Mother, I have him playing next. This is by Oliver Richardman. Richardman. And then this is like a clear divide here because it's an upper landing. And then... well, your heart's made of lead and your heart's made of steel. Is this too... Oops, sorry. Maybe I bring this... No, it shouldn't... Let's move it there. And then... Let's duplicate this. We'll put this one... What? Oh. Put this one down here. And then for... Which one is this one? This is the bottom one. So that's the bottom one. Let's grab... No, let's just do it with the bottom one. So with this one... This doesn't do that, okay. My face feels so flush right now. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so this like area, we're just focusing on this. Just kind of focusing on this guy. And then in this area, we're kind of like let's merge them down with this one. Let's do color. So I see this is a bit longer. It spans the length of that wall, but I don't want that wall to be there. Or I guess I want that wall to be there, but I just want that to be the end of the thing. So in order to do that, we'd cut this off. But if I do that, the side of the house would end up looking like... It would look like this. Except I'd make it like that. What if we do that? Then we could add like posts, I feel. Let's just do single line posts. Alright, after the trial, I managed to pull the crash zoom kinda. Nice. Thought it was you can draw blueprints. It even comes with templates you can edit. It's fine. It's okay. Thank you though. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of spitballing here. But Elaine has confused herself now again. The young lovers. Did I do that wrong? Because if the house then becomes... Oh, Elaine might have fucked up. Oh. So... So it would look like this. And it would look inverted. It would look like this. But then you have like the roof. And then this goes like back. Interesting. I mean, we could always keep this section. Just not model it. Just put a wall there, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could do that. So that way this part wouldn't matter as much, I think. That's what I think, at least. Might be wrong, though. Okay, so... So let me just go back. So I didn't draw all that much. Okay. Okay, so... Then we need to have, like, a window here. And then they did... Elaine did not think about this in the way she should have. Okay, it's fine. And then I like having the window here. And then they had the big door here. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I didn't mean to not see what you said. Oh. Slip and slide, you goober. Okay, so here are the double doors. And then do both sides of this building have doors as well. Let's see. So I don't know if I'd want that many doors. But if that's just how it comes, that's just how it comes, right? So, I think we gotta work within the limitation. So we've gotta keep however it looks. So there's another thing here, and then here. And apparently there's a window here, here, and here. I think a slide or a trampoline. And then there's a window here, here, and here. Here, here, and here, I think. And then the front side. Where's the pictures of the front? No, it is like that. It is like that. It is brought in a little bit. It's like this. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Well, let me just do half and half with this. Hi, Emily. How are you doing today? I hope you're feeling better today. It's like this. Yeah. And then there's the windows and shit. And then we'd scoot this to a line. So these are supposed to line up. And then these are supposed to line up, in my opinion. We got the double doors. And then we have a window on top. So this is also a double door. So let me make this thicker. And then there's supposedly doors here. But I don't think I want to do that. No, Elaine, you have to stick with the floor plan. Okay. So then there's a door here, a single door here. Is it? Think like a deer, D-U-I. Okay. I think this is pretty understandable. Okay, so let's say we have. I'm trying this so small. I don't mean to, but oh. So then we have this, and then the window, a window, and a window. Elaine might remove a window because it. I could put it on the lower floor. I think that might be better. Yeah, I think we. Yeah. No, Elaine has idea. Okay, so bed here. We can still have the dresser here. We can still have the stream set up here. And then we can have like a nook here, maybe? Actually, looking out across the balcony, it's a little busy, so we'd want to have whatever is the most simple. So that would be, I think, maybe the reading nook. So this is the nook, PC, bed, dresser, and then we can still have like our thing here. And then where does it open? It opens straight. So we could put things here to fill that space, but we'll see. Might be like plants. And then, so now we're looking at this guy who's cropped here. And then we're going to take this out. And then here is this. And then, yeah, we're lining those up. That's why that's there. And then we have, I'm just going to remove this really quick. So here's the staircase. And then I'm gonna kind of flip this so I can kind of see it in the way that they're like posing it, I guess. I guess this one. So it's actually this. Yes, this way. So we have this big central area that I don't really know what to do with. We have a wall that sits here. Or I guess here. And then the couch will be here. Couch. And then a bear, a milk bar. I don't think I'd do a bar. I'm not much for a drink. Sorry to reboot stream. You're totally fine. We can cut this area off. Fire pit with chimney? Maybe. Last time I tried to do a fire pit, it came out like ass. So we have the couch, and then we gotta put the table somewhere. I'm gonna do like flowers, like food. Ice cream bar trust. Bro, that can go in the food section. Do you take donations? I do. I do. We have throne. If you want to contribute to an item. We've got, I don't know what else we have, but I do, yes. What's gonna go here? Because it's starting to feel a bit big. So, I guess we could do... I don't know. Elaine doesn't... Oh, shit. So I think Elaine thinks it might be time to test it in Minecraft. You anymore. Let's go. Do I have MC Eternal downloaded on this computer? So I'll just use that one. In the shower, no water. No, I didn't mean to close all those. There we go. Big strong woman with a big pair of scissors. Lisa, but curses like a wizard. I do. Cool. About whose turn it is to do the laundry? Let her go. It could be a smaller barn. Keep looking. I'm looking at this diagram that we made. And I'm like, the area could be smaller. Because if the bed's supposed to take up like this much room, then maybe we think about why my VTube studio is lagging. We think about maybe like making the overall size, like, because if this is how much room a whole, like, an entire room is gonna take, and I like the size of this, then maybe the entirety of this is just smaller than the grandioseness of, like, the pictures that they have, because I think that might be better. I also, okay, cool, I lost the pictures for a second. Also, my face is, like, warm as fuck. It's, like, hot in my office. That, or I'm just hopped up on dreams and motivation. It could be either. What's a cute, like, bodega interior? I'm gonna look at it. I don't think I'd go as hard as to feel like a local store interior. I don't know if I'd go maybe like a vintage store. Don't know how long it's been. I guess we do need a place to eat though, huh? Unless... No, I don't know. Elaine will need a cash register, though. And so maybe that could go in, like, this area, maybe? And then we have a couch. We have the gaming area here. And the loft is up here. And then these could be, like, other rooms if we really wanted. Maybe, like, a fire pit type setup for meals. Not against that idea. That's not a bad idea. My only main concern is with the couch being here. I really like the idea of kind of like how we set it up in here, which I'm actually really glad I have this file open still. Hold on, let me sorry. Okay, so we have this empty wall space here because I liked hanging the sub charms and having this kind of like wall space for like the Milk Club logo and fan art and stuff. Oh my god, this is very cute. This is very cute. Okay, we're just gonna do cheese. That makes sense. The mascot for this mod pack is a rat. Yeah, that's my only concern is like we kind of need a flat big wall, but we need a TV. Cuz how are you going to play games? You don't have a TV, it's just a couch. So I have to figure out where to put the TV in a way that it doesn't block things, I think. Or it could be a projector. I think regardless, it's a big square block that we're gonna have to fit in somehow. That I've always wanted to fit in, but just never had, like, an idea towards how, I guess. So hopefully Minecraft can help us. It is still loading. Okay, cool. That is fine. Oh, this is because that, yeah, there we go. Freestanding TV. Huh? Wouldn't be a bad idea. I feel like it's a bit modern though. I'm gonna put a peaceful options on world. I want a super flat world. Couch that doesn't... The hard thing is the couch... The TV should block the couch. But... I don't want it to. Could be a tube TV in a corner. It could be. It could be. I don't mind, like a boob tube. I'm also thinking like a corner, maybe? We could do like a corner thing. Or I could just put a big table here and call it like kind of good and then like pretend that there's a TV there because I don't necessarily know if we'd have an angle of it where like that TV would really matter. I think because most of the angles, yeah, I feel like the TV would just kind of be in the way. Or where the TV is placed is kind of where we'd place the camera. So no matter what, it's kind of like you're not going to see it. Maybe? that's another thing. But I guess we will find out as we model stuff in Minecraft. What if it's a fantasy creature that gets up and walks around like a slime? Like a TV creature? You asking me to make another little guy? Creature with a TV in it. Like a Teletubby? But bigger? I wouldn't be against this idea. I wouldn't be against this idea. This is okay, hold on. Let me write this down. Sorry, I got too excited. I got if it inspires you. I mean, I think it's kind of a good idea. Did I just break my last head down? I need a second. Just 1 second. Nothing bad happened. I dropped my tablet on the floor. It wasn't a far fall and it fell on things that are soft. I just realized I might be going a little fast. Okay. I like the idea of some sort of horse lion that lays down while you're watching TV or a game. Horse lion TV creature. Excuse me. Like a coffee table that walks. That'll be cute. Cool too. Okay, cool. This is a very cool mod pack. Okay. Do we have any, like, bare minimum shaders we could do? TV with legs. That's true. Very low apply. I don't need it to be crazy. I like. Also, this is meant to be a super flat world. I think I might have fucked up in a setting or something because this is not a super flat world. Yeah, I asked for a super flat world. This is anything but it's okay, I guess. I just have to kind of find a flat piece of land. Minecraft's like, ooh, you wanna play me? I'll give you a world. And I'm like, I just want to play and stuff, thank you. Actually, I'm gonna get distracted. I really just need it to edit. I really needed a flat world. Snorlax sized Teletubby for the that's what I'm thinking, like a Snorlax Teletubby kind of guy. But a horse lion would also be cool. Because like whatever the TV is, like we could make it like the UI for the stream. So like for example, if it's its head, right? Like if it opens its mouth and it does this shit, right? We can have it be like it would be like a thing where it's like whoop. Sorry, this is super jank. Right? And then it's like it's based off of one of their employees. Damn. I hope in a loving way. Make a sick intro. I think I'd make it like this. It's just a little guy like that. Okay, creative. Top one, okay. Generate structures off. Bonus just off. Super flat. Super flat. Screen when they open their mouth? Yeah, essentially. So that way, like, if we played games, I could do a thing with that. But, like, yeah, I think that would be kind of fun if it's, like, a thing that, like, its mouth is, like, the screen. And then, like, maybe when its mouth is closed. If I remember right, it was because of his eyes, and he was always falling asleep at his... Damn. Listen, he's a sleepy guy. What did they want? And so this guy would look like this. And then he'd be maybe a bit square. And then he'd have to have little legs to walk around. And then maybe like a little... So that means this would need like little stumpy legs. And then he'd have, like, his things still stay the same size. Like, these don't get bigger. His mouth just expands. And he's got a little butt. I kind of like that. A little... I think I might make it like a kink in it though, like I can make this one more bendy, and then make it go up and then kink, like that. Guys, it didn't make another super flat world. I guess it doesn't really matter. Is there like build tools in this? Building gadget, maybe? Oh, fuck yeah, we have one of these. Hold on. Let me just do one of these then. Oop. Okay. Oops. That's it. Just want it to be flat. Maybe a superfly doesn't work because the world doesn't want. I feel like this happens before. Yeah, probably. Wait. Any? I can't believe they have the build one tool. It's actually kind of sick. Just keep going until it's mostly flat. Oh, fuck. Oops. Elaine, destroying local ecosystems one step at a time. I guess I could have just gone to a plains biome, I guess. The last one. It doesn't really matter. We're already here. Okay. Big mouse. Oh, thank you. There you go. What the fuck is that? It's a beach creeper. Okay. I think... Let me get a sponge. Okay. That's I think flat enough. Alright. So we need none of this. Okay. Okie dokie. So I think I might literally plan this around the size of a couch. Chair. Blue chair. What's the difference? I don't know if there's a difference. I'm in Missouri. I hope Missouri treats you nice. Okay. So now... Jesus. Okay. So... with that couch in mind, we now want to do... like... just give me, like, this for now. So we got the wall. And... probably make it, like... yeah, I think that's good. That's good height. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And then we got this here. And then we have the stairs starting here. I don't think it really matters. Let me just grab whatever. Okay. So in the picture, hello Teletubbies. Okay, comes out. If I don't make the world super flat, I'll get distracted because I'll start building a foundation, then go exploring. Okay, that's fair. Luckily, I'm in, like, creative, so it's not too big of a deal. I'm pretty one-track mind when I get into creative, but if I was in survival and I forced myself to be in survival for this, which would, in my opinion, be a little silly, I would definitely get distracted. Okay, so 2. Oh, interesting. Wait. Elena's fucked up a little bit. Yeah, because I want the steps to, like, end here, I guess? So, if that's the case, I bring this back in a little bit, I think. I think it has to go back one. Yeah. And like this. Ooh. Yeah, so it could be like that. And then I want it to be like a good, like almost square shape. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this has to be like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Yes. I actually think this needs to go over 1, I think, because, yeah, which is fine. Just do like that. But that would also cause for this, which I think would be a good thing. Yeah. You're only 2.5 hours away from me. I'm coming for you! We'll eat BBQ together. Oh, shit. It's a long drive, though, on a Thursday night, ain't it? I think we did that. Okay. So it's this like this. No, it does come out this far, I think. And then... with your lives. 4. Okay, and then 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3. It should be here. So I want to be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't need your nostalgia. Need your nostalgia. Need it to be daytime. Also, I need to put my tablet down just a little bit because I can't see. And then, so it kind of goes across until there's a wall. Oh, I see. So this, is that how this works? Yeah, I guess so. If that is the case, though. I'm gonna bring this in 1. So I'm just gonna put this as Minecraft. Damn, no BBQ. But it's okay. Life is a long journey. I'm sure you guys can meet another time. Yeah, cause Orwell's traveling for work. Tonight. Yes. So technically there would be another beam here. And then it goes out 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if we wanted like a table, I want an okay looking table. I'd make it much lower, but wait, hold on. Thank you. I need like a short table. I don't know if any of these are shorter than what I got. Cushion? Coffee? I don't know if this is gonna look any better or be any shorter. It's fine. You know what, it's fine. Thank you for the head pet, by the way. I'm sorry. I don't know if I said thank you for that. In paradise. Right, this would be like this. Yeah, especially because we're putting it in the front. It would just kind of be like that. Then we have the room, which is 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this, I guess. I feel like this might be a little bit big, so I might have to reduce it down. I think we should just reduce it down. Let me get this table. So the plan is that, yeah, if I put like a wall here, yeah, and then we have, hold on, open recent files. Because I think this is like this, I think. Now we need a bed. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Taylor, for hanging out with me. Is this even? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, fuck, it's not even. Ooh. I think, actually, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Okay, it is, okay, so I think I'd do it like this, actually. No, yeah, I'd do it like that. Even though, actually, you know what? Put this here, put that there. The song makes me cry. It's a good song. It's a really good song. Okay, so I'm gonna pretend that this is like, actually, don't we have like a, I thought the cause had like a dresser type thing. Unless they don't have it, which is completely possible. gonna scroll through this only to recognize in my brain that this doesn't really matter. Okay. That's fine. We'll just use this as the dresser. Yeah, like a cabinet that makes like a dresser kind of thing, but it's okay. God damn you. Okay, and then I want like it to be daytime. And then we have another chair that would like sit there, but it's like I'm kind of contemplating doing like this and then like a chair there. Like a little maybe. Did I get rid of the wand? I did. Okay, that's fine. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, and then. Oh my god. I don't think this part matters, actually. So I'll just wall this part up. And then... Ew. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why be... Okay, well, you know... What? I'm gonna pretend like I don't notice that. And then like a 3x window, I guess. Do I buy a mock? I do love the Minecraft. Yeah. I didn't really do that with my last one. I kind of wish I did. Put a rail here. And then we have beam, 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 beam. Hello, Mr. Bird. And then this is apparently supposed to come all the way, I think. Boop. So I'm gonna do this, then, oh. There you go. And then we'd want, like, a 2x window here or something. I think I kind of want the window to be here. And then the other window can be... I mean, I could, like, even that out, probably. Probably. Boop. Is this tall enough? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Just gonna wall this off. Guess we don't need to do this full thing, so it's like that. Peter Parker. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I feel like I want to pull this out like one. feel. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, and then... Okay. Then... What the fuck? Who's that? What the fuck? What is that? What is this? Cultist corn? What the fuck? Oh, it's a vampire. You out in the daylight, buddy. I'll pick you up. No, he's dying. I can't pick him up. No. There you go. Boogie. Part of me thinks that, like, maybe the front door should be here, and then if I did it like that. One, two. Okay, hold on. So I feel like this is a little bit too wide. And then adopt them into the milk club. As long as they don't die, they kind of just... Did they turn into a bear? Where the fuck did they go? I don't think I can adopt them. I think they just left. Is the cultist a corn reference? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so we know, like, the base size of this. And then what if... Loyalty generic as a day one reward, daily rewards claim. What the fuck does that mean? Is this? Oh man. A bear! Indeed. Elaine has poo-poo ideas. Yeah, everything has to be in Elaine's brain divisible by 2. So, no more of this. No more of that. But disease, yeah. No, that emerges from deep. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, then we have the door. Oh, yes, no, this makes sense. Okay. I was very confused for a second. Don't worry now, I won't send you home. So come on now and... I think I kind of see why it's not like this. So I'll just fill this up again. With me for eternity, child. And Father provides a rest to never die. Yeah, we can change the sizing of things. It's not like it super matters. Need to hide, so come on down and let the right inside. Oh. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I think we're just listening to my like songs right now. Yeah, we are. This one. What is the day list like right now? Okay. Might have made it a little too quaint, I think. Nah, I think I should just keep running with it. Trust in the process, Elaine. A different story. Must trust this process. And just 1, 2. Did I fuck this up? I did a little bit. But if I scoot this over 1 on either side, it's still gonna be an odd number right there. I guess it doesn't super matter. But what I really am. And then if we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then brought this back here to match there. What was breaking and I've been wrong. At the bottom of every bottle. It's in my hand. I think this being uneven is okay though. If I'm honest. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then this goes here. Why do I keep putting stuff in my own pocket? I'm just gonna close this for now, because I don't know why it's bugging. Alright, this time I'm mistaken. Here. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I did this wrong. Boop. Yeah, because the windows won't work if we do it that high. Boop, 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 boop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I might have made this one too short, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I did. Yes, Elaine did. I did indeed do that. There we go. How to fix all of it now, but we'll get to that. Alright, Elaine's gonna bring this out too, I think. To be here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, fly away. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, Lewis MCG. Welcome on in. How's it going? What's up? I'm just planning a build out right now for, technically for stream. 1, 2, 3, 4. How tall do you guys tend to make your walls in Minecraft? I like a good 3 high wall. I'm on a 3 high wall kind of lass. 3? Okay, cool. 1, 2, fly away. Yeah, yeah. That's gonna bug me. Alrighty. 2 is claustrophobic. It is, isn't it? Boop. I wish I still had my wand, but I deleted it, so whatever. I know I could get another one, but they're kind of annoying to get the right one, to be honest. Fly away. I don't know. I think. Get away. I want to fly away. There we go. Get away. Could do a 4 window. I saw that in my inventory. Cool. And then 1, 2, 3. And now it's still 2 and then a window. They ought to get away. I want to fly away. I think Elaine is a little ooped. Elaine might just be a little ooped. There we go. And then I gotta remove all of this. Me too. Hello, Mr. Bird. Give me this lab. It's one of my favorite vocal stems, that one is. Makes me feel like a silly little goober. Silly little guy crashing out. It's gonna be a long... Have you ever met anybody like Mr. Boss in real life? No, I kind of wish, though. I think that'd be pretty funny. Alright, and then... Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I already forgot how big this has to be. Yeah. Rocket Man. I think it's gonna be like here. Yeah. Have you, Orwell? Pretty crazy thing to meet someone that acts like that, though. You know, to each their own. Can I fit in this? I can. Yes, really. Were they a good person or were they just like spooky? Cause I'm not gonna lie, I think Mr. Bossman's a little spooky. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oop. 1, 2. Kind of people you only interact with because you work with them. Very fair. Weird people. That is true. Very weird indeed. But at least they're in ways one of a kind, you know? They got that going for them. My brain just got like super sleepy. Even though like my brain is like, I'm like, no, think brain, think. But I think I'm tired because my brain is just auto thinking. So I just gotta make the structure and then I can do the rest. Yeah, we all met crackheads. I don't think I've ever really met a crackhead though. Okay. Maybe a pretty wide, like, table. Don't know if I'd make this table that big, but, you know. Alright, and then I want, like, the front to not be that far off from this. So, like, maybe, like, 1, 4. 1, 2. Maybe I should just do 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because then this has got to come out 3. And then we have double door here. And then we can have single door here. I really miss my wand. I'm making a wand. I mean, I don't have to do any destruction, so I think I'll be fine. Boop. There you go. I scoot this over one? I mean, I think that fixes my thing. It's like that's still a 2 now. But then are we bringing this in one? I think so. And then this was 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How are you doing? How you feeling, bud? How's the flu treating you? House expansion? I'm making the Milk Club, but in Minecraft. Because I had an idea about it, and I want to see if I like it or not. So that's kind of where we're... How does the outside of the roof work? I gotta look at the outside now. Is it much flatter? It's much like not... It's not as steep. Okay, cool. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Domain expansion. No! 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Milk Club. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guessed that correctly. Nice. Okay. And then there would be like a window. Oh, jolly. Big window. Well, I can't wait to see it done. Also, I'm doing okay. The new medicine I got is working a tiny bit better. That's good. Sorry that you're sick, though. Reality marble. What's a reality marble? Alright. And then we go 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This one. 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Haha! Glad you're getting better. The flu sucks. The father of domain extension? Oh, okay. I did not know that. We need a window here. I just saw a video about an owlfish. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's one of my. You should send it to me. I want to see an owlfish. I want to watch a video about an owlfish. Is it spooky looking though? They're just kind of cute. My fears will just disappear. Frog mouth? Alright, now we need like Pateau. Ooh. I love Pateau birds. They're so cute. I really need a different colored roof just to test this. Okay. What? Okay, that works. Yeah, that's fine. I essentially don't really want it to be taller than this. Huh? How do I do this? Here, let me get one of every type. Okay, make it daytime. Oh, god dang it. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I said it's a lonely view. Wonder if I could do like a flat like item now, like a flat thing. It's in the fridge and it looks like a. Yeah, that's okay. It happens. Oh, he's a little guy. He's a little guy. Oh, I like his big ol' eyes. Well, don't worry, it's okay. Shit happens. You just gotta roll with the punches. Oh, I should have done it like this. It's a lonely view. It's a lonely view. Yeah, I think that's good enough. 1, 2, 3. Oh, boop, boop. Boop. Wait. Okay, that's fine. You know, it's fine. boop, 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 boop. Oops. I didn't fix this to be any, did I? I should have fixed it to be any, but that's okay. Any. Oh, nope, never mind. So this, does it come all the way to meet the front? It does, okay. You can't petition for your... I asked for them to review it, or like yesterday when I found out on stream. And then, like, I think like an hour later, I got an email. Okie dokie, artichokey. Sounds good. Oh my god, sorry, that like broke my brain a little bit. So I like petitioned for like it to be like fixed, and or like I asked them to review it, and they're like, your account's still in violation. No. And then they like the email said it permanently disabled the account, so I was just like, ah, okay. Oh, what the rain. So it's alright. It's not the worst thing in the world. If I'm to be completely honest, the biggest social media accounts that I care about the most is, yeah, on God. But, like, it's kind of like the only thing I really care about at the, like, I feel like at the end of the day is that, like, is my, my TikTok account. To Major Tom. Sorry. Is my TikTok account and my Twitch account, so. Not too bad of a loss, I'd say, as long as I can keep those. One, two. I want big windows here, so that way it can cascade like a nice light downwards, I think. Oh, control to Major Tom. 2, 3, 1, 2. So we'll be your Instagram is borked. Yesterday on stream, we went to look at something on Instagram, and it said my account was disabled for violating something. No real description on what or why. And then I asked for an appeal, and they were like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. So, 3 minutes in, you can say, okay, and say my name. Okay. You got it. Can you tell me when 3 minutes is, though? Chat, timer? Chat, can you timer? Also, this is not supposed to come out so far. I yearn for the mines. The children will yearn for the mines, chat. And then this comes off. 350. Okay, thank you. Guys, we're going to be playing a little game today. I hope you're excited. I didn't think the game would happen soon. I'm excited. I hope you're doing well, though. Oh, I wonder if they'll get it. I feel like I'm pretty niche. I don't know how to make a roof. Is it Minecraft? They made it on. Wait, it doesn't go out in the front. It does. This one does. I'm so sorry, Flame. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Flame. Hey, but now we know, you know, it's twice a day. You know, it's twice a day. It's a twice a day thing until the end of the month. You'll get it. I believe. I believe. There is no one I believe harder than right now. Than right now. Dun, 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 dun. You know? I'm just gonna have to watch you more. I think, isn't it the same amount whether you're watching like actively or not? I don't actually know. Did I use the wrong roof? Oh no, I think I used the wrong roof. I did use the wrong roof. Roof is a hard word to say. Roof? Roof? Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. There's little bonuses you get a few times an hour. If you're watching actively, you can click on the bonus points. Oh, I thought that's what happens even if you're like lurking. I didn't know it was like an active watching thing. I thought it was like a lurking thing. Also, I realized my mic's kind of far away. My apologies. It's raining on my parade. Stop it. Hint 1, crafting of the mind.
What's your profanity?
Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Normally you need to click it or it will go away. Of course, if you have an extension, you can auto-click. Oh, I didn't know you could auto-click it. I didn't know you could. It's a rainbow. That's not. It's a double rainbow, too. I don't think I've ever seen a double rainbow in Minecraft. That's really nice. Beautiful. Oh, how many minutes has this been? Not enough minutes, I think, to click it for me. Fair, fair. Has it been? I'm afraid. I don't know. Okay, wait. So, okay, so I can say. Can I say the thing? Am I allowed to say the? I don't want to mess it. I'm so nervous. Who knew something like this could make me so nervous? Dreams come true. I'm confused. It's okay to be confused. They can hear. Hello, Dad's chat. Hello. We're playing hide and seek. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We're playing a little game. Dun, 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 dun. Oh! That fast? That's not the fastest time though, is it? I don't think so. I don't think it is. It's nighttime. Yay! Ghost Killer, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We were playing. Okay, so can I can tell my chat now. Amethyst VT, thank you for the follow. We were playing with AKA Dad TV has this little fun game that they play with their chat where he plays hide and seek in other people's chats, and we were one of the lovely contestants to be picked. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Frumpyman13, Iggy Louse. Welcome on in. Your favorite pocket. And Dad, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's so fun. I saw it on TikTok and I was like, oh my god, that's so fun. Because we love playing games here. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I'm sorry that the alerts are a little delayed. But yeah, I think the fastest time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, gotta always have fun accessories. But yeah, I saw it on TikTok and I thought it'd be really cool. So welcome, welcome, welcome. welcome. Pack Woman, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. For those of you who don't know me, I am Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am your daily co-working cat cow with a big heart and a little brain. And shout out, let's do a little shout out. I'm sorry that this slipped my mind. Let's give a little shout out to Dad for letting us play this game with him. Go follow them if you haven't. They're doing a really nice thing for the community, spreading around that positivity, doing a little of that nice networking for us streamers out here. So go follow them if you haven't. Welcome on in. I'm trying to make a 3D model reference. How could you do this? How could you do this, Ringer? I love you, mom. Ah, thank you. I try my best. I clicked the wrong button. There you go. Hold on, let me do this. That's better. I'm a big guy though. I'm kind of a big guy. Hello. This is me in my little guy form. I'm a cat cow lichmera, so I could literally be anything that I feel like. But
okay, I like it, Picasso.
Thank you. But I'm glad you guys like it. I'm currently just trying to figure out how to make an idea that's in my brain real in Minecraft. Big guy. Like pants on deck. I don't know how that song goes. I think I'm gonna have to do it like this. Big guy. Is it pants on head? I don't know either. Is it pants on head? I just know the big guy part because I've been seeing a lot of people dance to that song. Boop. Okay. I think. Thank you for playing with us. Have a great night. Thank you for letting me play. I hope you have a great night. Thank you. I will be making a video about this, and I'll be great. That's also like a thank you. Talk about it on Vibe and Shine, a series where I talk about things that make me happy. I don't know what the song is about. The song is confusing me. What? I like the vibe of it. It's got good beats. Okay, so now we have that. And we need a window, right? There's a zombie in my house. Gotta look at it. Yeah, there's like a small window right there. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. I think this is like, isn't, you know? That's doing the vibe that I kind of feel like would be nice. 3. I don't want to listen to Love. I changed my mind. I want to go from her top. Oh shit. Sorry. We'll do that one first. Hold on. No. Do this one first. Zombies on your lawn. I keep forgetting I'm not immortal on the new server. Oh, that's okay. I'm currently not on the server because I'm trying to figure out a 3D idea that I have. And my brain is refusing to comprehend it unless I do it in 3D. Zombie. This is cute. That's a cute song. New. I hope you're having fun on the new Minecraft server. I hope it's a good jolly old time for you. Is this a fucking Plants vs. Zombie song? Is that what I'm listening to right now? Oh, that guy's cool. Hi, I saw your model on the thumbnail. I wanted to say it's so beautiful. Thank you, Godzilla Feet Licker. You have a very interesting name that I decided to read out because, you know, I do. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, jubbly day. That was very nice. It's raining. I don't like it when it rains in Minecraft. It spooks me. Let me make it daytime. I am trying to get equipment upgraded. Understandable. Yeah, I like the UI of this a lot. It's very pretty. Did I do this wrong? Lane might have done this a little wrong. That's okay. I'll figure it out. Oh, that guy's not having a good time. Tricycle. No problem. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you. I hope to see you around. We're always here Monday through Fridays. From 2 till basically I get tired. What? That worked? There we go. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay. Kind of like this. I think this looks nice. And then, so this is how it looks in the interior, correct? Where did my browser go? The skyscrapers falling vertigo. Yes. Yes. I just realized how this worked. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it like this, and then I'll fix it in the 3D model, because I don't think it really matters if it's that accurate in the Minecraft world. Because what it matters... Imagine I just render out the Minecraft world. That'd be so funny. Okay, and then we need another big window on this side. Hello, Moon! Welcome on in. I missed ya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're currently, trying to figure out how to 3D model a scene that I want to make in Minecraft. Let's make... How's it going? How was your day? Having a good one? Sure hope so. Teaser, thought I'd never be her. Quite the job you've done on me, sir. You've been hosting parties. In my mind, I'm working overtime. You have you in my world. Thank you. What is that? I'm afraid to click on this. Hi, I saw your model on the thumbnail. I wanted to say it's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Godzilla Feet Licker. You have a very interesting... God damn it. Is it because I said the name? My day has been fine, mostly sleeping, but then I had work. Oh, I hope work was good. I hope you had good sleep. I tease her. I never be her. Like the job you've done on me, sir. Been hosting parties. In my mind, I'm working overtime. You weigh a world. Worse it is to be a lover girl. We have like a little thing here. We have a stool. Oops. Yeah, we got a little stool. Hello, welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Notice how... Yes! Very nice, very nice, very nice. Wait, and you in awkward silence. Okay, that's where the computer goes. I feel like it's a little long. It's fine. I'll fill it out. Oh, the burning pain. The first 2 hours sucked. Rest was smooth sailing. Preferred outcome if part of my shift has to suck. Like ending on a good note. That's fair. Elaine thinks she might stout the Milk Club a little bit. I'm doing well. I just got in my new racing sim wheel today, so I'm going to be doing that all weekend. Fun. I hope you have so much fun with that. What kind of racing game are you playing? My roommate likes racing games. I bought him a Logitech racing wheel for his birthday one year, because I knew he liked racing games. There's my ribbon. Ribbon? Am I the ribbon? What's up? What's up, Bishan? I'm good. I'm trying to figure out a thing in my brain. Oh, where am I? Where am I? There I am. Unrequited, terrifying. Where's my hat? Why are we lagging? YouTube Studio. Totally radical car guy got racing sim wheel fitting. I know, isn't it? My stuff is lagging. I want to be a seal. My head hurts a little bit, and I don't want to put all that energy into stuff. Into stuff. Loved you from the start. Burr. I usually play racing games. Assetto Corsa. Recently, I've been playing Forza Motorsport. Cool. This is like being weird. Why is it lagging? Don't lag. Please. Please don't lag. I'll wait to see if that fixes itself. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. My brain's a little cooked because I'm trying to figure out something for a 3D model that I want to do for stream, but don't know. So yeah. Okay. There we go. Ow! Ow! Oh! I added sound effects. You like the sound effects? I added sound effects. Be right. 'Cause the sun's engaged with the sky. Oh! Ow! Who bonked the bean? Many people. Many of people. They just want to see me without a brain cell. I'll barely hold it on. This brain cell's on loan, guys. I have to. It's cute on this model. It is pretty cute. Tonk, tonk, tonk. Yep. Yep. Okay. This is why you use the wand, folks. I'll go my way. In my room. Fuck. Your CLVtuber reminds me of Song of the Sea. That's a good movie. It's a good movie. Friends found a new guy. I'm only getting older. Thank you for the wellness check. See, I added a sound effect to that one too, so I can remember. But if I do, I'll shit my pants tomorrow. Well, then eat it tomorrow when you're done with your stuff, and then you can shit your pant when you come home. I think that's a good idea. Ever heard of that movie? It's really pretty. I'm pretty sure it's if it's the one I'm thinking of. Watch me be wrong. Song of the Sea. Nope, it's the one I thought it is. It's made by what are they called? They're like, I think they're like, yeah, they're like Irish folk movies. They have a few of them. It's really nice. Cartoon Saloon, is that their like company? Oops, wrong one. Yee, that's cool. Yeah, I like the aesthetic of their stuff a lot. I want gonna drive myself insane. My brain is so cooked right now. Okay, and then... Okay, I want to try to intern with them, but too nervous to ask. You miss every shot you don't take, you know, but I believe in you. Do it when you're not sick, though, so that way, when you when your nerves get shot, you won't get sick again. I think that's a pretty good play. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, thank God. I was like, did I make this uneven? For real, for real. Mm-hmm. Because when they accept you, you're gonna be like, huh? You know? So. Let me do the... I need to update my portfolio. Like, one of my teachers made me scrap my animation to focus on graphic stuff instead, and now it looks now looking a little bad. It's okay. Things have to look bad before they look good, you know? It'll be okay. Heart on the mat. There's no solution. How is the craft, my love? Good. I am planning my stream background because I want to change it up a little bit. So I'm doing it in Minecraft. So I need quick blocks. I need quick blocks, and Maya's quick blocks, but it's not quick enough because I'll get too anal with the shapes. So I'm doing it in here. I did in Sims. That's fair. I don't have the Sims like ready installed. Otherwise, I think I definitely would have done it in the Sims. How's your day going though? Are you having a good day? I hope you are. Things always look better after time. Example: babies. True. Be careful who you make fun of when they're a baby, you know? Be careful who you make fun of in the womb. I'd appreciate it if you didn't Minecraft. It's a decent day, nothing much happening. Fair. I mean, it's usually a nice day, you know? I like it when I just have a simple day. Nothing much other than a good day. Yeah, because they might become a super baby. Exactly, Mike Snowley. Exactly. How you doing? Welcome on in. My brain cell is slowly dying. With you. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Please, brain, don't do this. Goated fish time chat. Goated first time chat. That is a good goated first time chat. I do like that. I was noticed. Mia's good at noticing people. Boop. I need this to be... Yeah, I can accept that. Hello, main shield. Hello, ghost shrimp. It actually works quite well, doesn't it? Okay, that's not gonna matter, Elaine. So we walk in, and then I don't know. I think I kind of want like the flower shop on this side. And then the snack area to be on this side, I think. Yeah, and I think I like it being a 3x. I don't normally do like a 3x like this, but I think it works better. So it's not too big. It's a minute, but it's not crazy important, so don't worry about it. Ghost? Ghost, that's not how my brain works, Ghost. Ghost. Ghost, that's not how my brain works. Oh, there's a spider right there. Crazy. I will break this down and then I'm gonna look at it. I actually, I can answer that right now. I don't know. I do not know. I looked up a Google video. I looked up a video on YouTube yesterday. And I was gonna send it to Indie. And then I forgot. Yeah, there's just like if you look up how to add manager on Pebblehost, it's like the first YouTube video. Look at the little turtle. And yeah, that's all I was gonna send to him. You not? You are in my way. Look what I got. Is it the turtle? Okay. I like this mod pack. I like how the accents are in this. It's quite nice. I got one of those Japanese cheesecake pastries. Ooh. I finally have a freaky mode. Okay, I don't know if we're going to ever, like, do something with these rooms. Just because, like, I don't have an idea for them. But, you know. Oh, oops. Nope, nope. God dang it. More. Okay, and then we got those doors, and then there's the thing, and then I want...
Lizard.
Lizard. Damn. Oh. It's the same. I also don't really like that one. That's the same one. Oh. Beggars really can't be choosers. Or beggars really can't be choosers, huh? Oh, I don't want the same one. I don't want the same one. Okay, that works. Did affection for years and years. Though I haven't, and damn it, it's kind of weird. He tells me, oh! You stop that. I tell him that he's what he do. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. I can actually see how you think it's a turtle, but it's actually a stegosaurus. Oh, shit. That's cute. Alright, now how would I go about doing the thing that I have an idea for? For a second, I thought it turned into a detailed side profile looking sad. Oh. Easy was nice. Think of a cheek tap. I forget which one that one is, though. So I'm sorry if it didn't do anything. forget what I'm thinking of. I just do shelf, maybe? It does one singular slappy. Fuck yeah. Oh, wait, let's look up a crate, maybe? That was adorably hilarious. I'm glad. I'm glad. And then, like, a shelf? Oh. I had to call you mine. Oh, wait. Oak wine shelf? Wait, what's this? Oh. Kind of like that. You mean the kind from that sport that knocks people out? Oh, are you talking about the like slapping contests? Maybe no door. Maybe no door here? On the way is the new bird. This sleigh is a new bird. I think I might bring this out one. So, like, can I just do... Wait. Like that. Later on, we'll conspire. Sweet dream. I know this is a Christmas song. I'm just gonna let it play. I think I have to go to the restroom. And I blocked the door. No matter, we can build a snowman. Okay, I am going to go to the bathroom really quick. I will be right back. The fuck? Okay. I will be right back. Elaine's brain is braining again. Oh, just a little bit though. How's everybody doing? Elaine is back. Elaine's brain is still kind of dead, but like I think I have ideas. What are we listening to? I don't know what this is, but it's kind of a bomb. Oops. Okie dokie. Oh my god, it's so late. You got a brain? Barely. It's shriveled. It's a shriveled brain, like fucking from SpongeBob. Do you guys remember that? The like shriveled brain. I can't type. SpongeBob. I thought there was like one where it like shrunk. There was like one where it like shrunk and it like died. I've been reading another one called Bakuman. Oh. Alrighty. Pixels has given us ideas for stuff that I'm going to try out. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of see this. And then the name sounds very positive, but I can't place it. Okay, I think it's time for Elaine to just start 3D modeling, because I think if I keep going, my brain's gonna die, and then that would be very unfortunate. Okay, so let's hide the ground floor for now, and then we're gonna go to art, because now I can finally art. Wait, one of these was uneven. It's this guy. Okie dokie. 4. Look at them wood floors. Yeah, you like them? You like them? I made them myself, and then I repeated them. Elaine has realized something though as I'm doing this. I've just realized something, and I need to add back in the bed that I had. Let me turn the shaders off for this so we're not in possibility of crashing my PC. Milk Club exports. Let's do the bed. Where's the bed? It's furniture. It's the furniture assets. Okay. Okay. So that's cool. It still has the. That's nice. Okay. Is this part of the furniture? Oh, okay. Wait, did I show you the finished room? I show you which one? Huh? Oh, you have not. No, I don't think so. Oh, this is a big ass bed. This is a big ass bed, chat. I made a big ass bed. Yeah, a little bit more out. Wait, are these not parallel? Motherfucker. Okay, there we go. There you go. No computer. Wonder when I'll fall asleep. I've slept a lot today. That is a fair point. Who knows? Let me take this and make it a -1. -1. There we go. Oops. I still like the way I textured these, which is really nice. A nice thought that I like how I textured these still. Okie dokie. And then this goes here. Like that. And then, let me look in Minecraft. How my ancestors are betting on this thought with whatever ghost currency they have. I bet they are. Okay, so the nook goes there, so that means this shelf needs to go here. Thank you for the head pack, Wesa. Yes, there are window walls. Shit. I think I keep the roof as it is, I think. Home safely. Well, welcome home. Welcome, welcome. There's no tenderness, no tenderness, no. Ooh, very pretty, Star. Great job. Cozy barn room. Yes, that's a plan. Trying to decide, because I think... No, that makes sense. And then if I bring this out here... It's kind of rough estimating it. I can fix it later. There we go. And then... I also did an exterior thing, but the file too big for Discord. That's fair. I'm very proud of you, though. You're doing a great job. Maybe not. I mean, like half, actually. I'd maybe do half. No tenderness. No tenderness. Oh my god. The EP is so strong today. Oh god. Preach. Preach. Truly it is. I think I might... If I bring this down, though, it's gonna be... Here, let's try this. I'm ready to retexture my shit. It'll be fine. We close it inside. It inside. Oh fuck! I need the curtains to be off for now. Ghost gambling. I got work tomorrow, but I don't want to be up all night. That's fair. Do something boring. Do something boring. You could do a little exercise. You could... Let's see, what else could you do? From many miles to find love from the woman that could love me, never leave my side. To beanbag. What else could you do? I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest, my brain's a little cooked, so I can't really think of things. Let's bring this forward a little bit more. Because I want room for the stuff. The stuff and things, you know, chat? The stuff and things. With you, I'm alive. And the flood left me lonely. But by me slowly. It's like... I found her. I found her. Transfer the EP, but it's not working. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get through this together, chat. Don't you worry. Without her. I might decrease how many of these are here. Something boring, yeah. You could read a book. Read a textbook. Don't have one? Look one up, you know? Wait, what if I do that there? Then fuck the window. Fuck. Okay. Let's do it here. Let's do it every 1/2 actually. Yeah. 1/2. I like the 1/2, I think. And then we can take this shelf. We can scoot this guy. Take this guy, move him over. Take this guy. Move him here. We can put a plant or a light there. I might bring out an old file for this staircase, because I think I have one that has a staircase in it. And then I don't remember where this goes in the image, but that's okay. Okay. And then I want these to line up with one another, which they almost do. Okay, and then this guy, and then this guy. And then there should be an extra one that goes right here. There we go. Watching Dog Raz, you always get me beat. Yeah, okay. Part of me thinks I might have fucked this up a little bit, but that's okay. I need to open another Maya really quick. Once for being a victim. There we go. Just drama. There we go. And then there we go. And then we said what, windows on first and second floor, I think? Yeah, let's, yeah. I think Elaine is a little confused again. Yes. So the wall. So I think actually what has to happen is this will come forward about that much. And we're gonna duplicate this guy. I'm gonna bring that there. We're gonna bring that there. We're gonna take the roof. I woke up 20 minutes before work, and I don't typically take naps unless I'm really tired. Probably gonna be up a while. Hey, that's fair. That just means, you know, if you think about it, that just means tomorrow you're gonna get such good fucking sleep. No point dwelling on it. That is very fair. It's a good point. Love again and again. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again. And then I just... don't know why this is soft. Should be hard. I guess because it's locked. There we go. I think this is too tall. Something tells me that this is too tall. Yeah, I think. Where's that door? Where that door at? Okay, it might be a little too short now, so it needs to be like there. So we're gonna hide this. I'm gonna take all these, bring it down a little bit. There we go. And that gives us to have like a little bit of a beam there. Okay, that's good. The only thing that makes me worry is that this is too tall. I think it's okay though. I want to bring in the couch. Couch. A, B, C. Where's the couch? Framework, detailed sand, curtains. Framework, glow star, milk bean, one-off FBX. There we go. There it is. Huh. Okay. Then we will do it like this. Except we won't take that or this one or this one. And we won't take framework. And we will take everything else. Baby. And then now we gotta find an old project, which I think is in here. Nope. Nope. Yes? I don't remember. I think it's on there though. There you go. Okay, beanies, and then boop boop. Size. Oof. I'm gonna have to scoot stuff and bring stuff up. I love you, baby. Go one by one. Okay, that's good. We're gonna have to move this stuff, I think. Where is the posters? Wonder why these are transparent. I woke up 20 minutes before work and I don't. Such is life. No point dwelling on it. Manifesting this little dude's energy. A little sleepy guy. The little sleepy guy. Understandable. Reset. Thank you for the hair payout. Much appreciated. There we go. And then I'm just gonna scoot this guy over just a little bit so he has a little bit more room. Yeah, that's better. So tight. Is this an escape plan? go. Remove these guys. Who fixes up the cables? Okay, cool. Actually, it's just words in the shop state. I'm fucking tired. Cool. Cool. Okay. This guy, this on the tip sign. I don't know where that's gonna go. And also, is it possible? Do a little bit of that. Grab the beans and the sign and just scoot it over a little bit more. This could stay here. Let's see why not. You make me do too much labor. Art, 3D art. Unless it's in here. No. milkclub background project, first version. Alrighty, I think it's in this one. That's what interesting. The only thing I think of is stuff I never want to do. Hey, that's fair. Okay, it's not this version. What about this version? It is not this version either. I think the more I think about it, it's in here. Projects, attic room. It is this one, isn't it? I thought was my savior, so make me do. I don't remember what file it's from. Yes, I found it. Yes. And this chat is why you never delete stuff. Why is it? Why are you being dumb? How you make that fence? I just did arced stuff mostly. Hold on. I don't know why this group is being weird. Hold on. Pull this a finger. Edit. Delete all by type history. Milk barn. For the reason my eyes are bursting. What I think I did is I designed this section of it right here. And then I repeated it, but it's like all it takes is just a design that you like here. Is this maybe a little too complex? Maybe, but we'll find out. Oh, it's you and me. Yeah, because like staircases, like railings can be whatever design you want them to be. They don't have to be restricted to anything in particular. Just as long as you like it, it's kind of what matters, especially if it's your own project. So, hello, Escobar. I just wanna be right where you are. It's you and me. Teach me your secrets. That's okay. You'll watch me as I redo this scene for the 50th time, and then. So, as the metal exterior of my project, I was taught the poke tool, but notice it had to be a diamond for that one. Yeah. Like reading, I like documentary, I like CP music. I'm just a happy guy, I guess, and I like a lane stream. So I like you, and I like having you around. So I appreciate that comment. But yeah, I think like you just gotta plan it. A lot of it's just planning of how you want to do stuff. Break things down into basic shapes, I think, is my biggest So, like, advice? Oh, there's supposed to be another wall here, I see. Okay, I made this a little wide then. Why can't I redeem goodnight? Huh? Followers have been reclaimed for the stream. What the fuck? Hold on. Let me fix it 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was broken. I might have been because I was fucking with it earlier. My bad. Let me fix it. Good night. There you go. It should work now. Shall we about that? And the bleeding you try. Good night, Fruit Bat. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you have wonderful rest, and I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow as well. I just wanted to see if it was client side. Nah, it was me. I was messing with stuff earlier. My bad. But yes, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. Have a wonderful night. A wunderbar night, one would say. Thank you for the save check. Increment and save. A trip, I guess, in the trunk. At the end, you know it. Shave check before I go bed. I appreciate you very, very much. Guys, I'm wearing nothing but... Good night, good night. Thank you for the save check. Thank you for hanging out, BRB. No problem. Good night, good night, good night. Bad for you. Oh, is this not out far enough? It was not. There we go. Oh my goodness, Buster! Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate you very, very much. I hope you're having a lovely night. It's on the edge of a knife. Okay, and let me group them. Actually, let me do it like this. Because I figured this was gonna come out. Like, I reset it. I think I should make it 4 wide. So yeah, it should be as wide as... Always wanted more. Let's do world, and let's do that there. Rise of a glamorous life. Elena's a little confused. Glamorous life. 2, 3. I'm gonna taste the glamorous life. Reset. There we go. But Elaine doesn't think that this is gonna equal the amount of stairs needed for the top step. So let's find out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Off. Thank you. Yeah, and then boop. Remove this. Move these guys. There you go. Now we have a landing stair. And then attic. Okay. Let me bring that in a little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. And now I gotta do the thing. Which I can do if I was just a little smarter. There we go. Oh, I guess I realized. Yeah, these stairs might be a little bit short. I think is what I'm learning. So... Or, it's not that it's short. Hold on. Wireframe so clean, oh my god, yeah. I'm a minimal kind of a gal when it comes to modeling. Gotta have things be clean. And then we take this secondary, these steps. And I'm just gonna make this first step up. Well, no, actually, let's raise... Yeah, let's raise the attic. This guy. To be where that is. So... That means a little bit lower. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then let's go here. No, I want it now. Huh? Yeah, I figure I might have broke that just a little bit. That's okay though. Alrighty. Ah, that's how I broke it. Okay. Boop. Boop. There you go. Because we're not going to see the under part of this. Very nice. Also going to remove this. And this one. Just so that way I can have the whole thing. I'm going to bring it up to where it is. Very nice. But the next thing I must do, this guy, just bring this guy all the way back. All the way back to right there. And then this guy is going to come up right up against that guy. It's okay if it clips through a little bit. And now, what does this mean for furniture? Nothing yet, my brain says, because we must realign these guys. They're not really realigning. That's okay. Actually. these guys. Those curtains, oh my god, they look so legit. Oh my god, thank you. I was kind of lazy with them, to be honest. Use end cloth for them? No, I used to do that. What I did is, here, I can show you. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Leave me a plane. What the fuck? Wait, is that my shelf? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. So this works, and then yeah, take every other one. This one, this one, this one. Do that. And then I think this is how I did it. I think it's like this. I take this. Wait, how did I do it? I think I did it like this. And then I take this guy, bring him here, and then I pull him in. And then this guy can get pulled in. Same. And then you just kind of fix it. It takes a bit longer than end cloth because I used to do a lot of my stuff with end cloth. But then I got too specific about how I wanted things to look. And then you just smooth it. And then obviously you would smooth it out even more. You can do something like this. So you smooth it. Except you don't want to smooth that one because that one won't work. But yeah, and you got a curtain. And then usually what I do is I'll take the indented ones. I'll give it a harder edge so it looks more. I use end cloth, but I hate it so much it wouldn't give me the shape I needed. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes the simulation stuff is really good, and then sometimes it's kind of ass. But yeah, and then another way you could do it if you wanted to is, I don't actually know how well this will work, but we're gonna try it anyway. So let's say you wanted to make it like a curved one. Let's say it's like a quarter. So it's like this much and then this much. And then, yeah, this is still in the center. We take every other one. Hello? Edge. What? What? Object? Why are you being weird? Okay. And then you wanna... Oh, I may have done this a little weird. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta do this in the top view. Boop. I'm really giving time to teach me. I really appreciate it, of course. Also, it like helps me hone my skills that I may or may not have forgotten. And then line it up, you know, if it wants to. And you just kind of bring it in. And then and take the in ones and make them hard. And then you can make a bunch of little lines, probably not that many though. And then I think this could work. A lot of it I would say is like trial and error with like basic shapes. 'Cause like you don't know if you don't try. And now you have like a curved one. And it kind of goes with the curve. To making something that you have new appreciation for it. for sure. That's fair. Sorry, my brain died. But no, that's fair. I will not. Oh, I was upside down. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, it's not the easiest sometimes, but it's like if you can take the time and if you can draw it, especially if you can draw it out for yourself and just kind of like see where the basic shapes lie, like squares and stuff, it helps. breaking things down into squares, spheres, cylinders, and cones is my biggest recommendation because it helps a lot. No, I didn't select them all. Fuck. Give it. Give it. Reset. Turn that off. Give it. Probably a little, but I would say, like, modeling like me, I'm very, like, anal about my stuff. Which, you know, good, it's a bad thing. It just depends on your preferences sometimes. Okay, that means this railing could have been wider. Which is what kind of one I wanted. There we go. Some burn through the witches and slime. Thank you. Also, as someone who's mostly 2D, it kind of reminded me that there's a third dimension, so definitely helped me improving my shading and 2D stuff. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Also layering too. That's fair. And I'm glad that it wasn't like, I know some people that like, they tried to like 3D and they absolutely hate it, which, like, you know, I get it, but at the same time, like, I'm glad that it wasn't a thing where you were like, oh yeah, I'm trying this. Holy fuck, I hate this so fucking much. Lane doesn't know if she likes this. Let's bring this up. And over. I don't know why there's 2 sets of bows here. I don't know why, but that's okay. It's fine. Not really a problem. I mean, I do have my moments like rawr or that one meme when you hear someone crying as they're working, but I do feel the strange struggle is worth it. Yeah, because, like, you're learning. You're learning. Some people just have that absolute anguish. And listen, I get it, but at the same time, sometimes you just gotta be like, I'm here. And I gotta do it. There is something missing from this file. What? Okay, I don't know how this happened, but that's okay. Doesn't really matter. Just kind of fix it. I'll fix it in a second. That's still good amount of room. Where's that door? Where's that door? Where the fuck is the door? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, the exterior to deal with necessary, but I figured it out with that time crunch I had, but I found a pic of it and shared it with you. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Wow. I like the transition you did. That's very nice. And the dome on the top is very cool. I much like that. That's very cool. Very good job. I'm very proud of you. Very, very proud. To grow up so fast. Alright, come on, Arthur. You're gonna go over there. There's a few details based on the ref, but I can add them later. Fair, fair, fair. There we go. And then let me hide the attic. Actually, let me add these two, I think, because new layer. Add selected objects. We're gonna make them a reference. And I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna do that. It didn't work. Fuck. That's fine. Okay, not that. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, you can always... The nice thing about 3D projects, especially in schools, you can always come back to them. -1. -1. There you go. And then this can go... Oh, shit, it can't. Oh, shit. Oh my god, the closet, yeah. I always like modeling my stuff because, you get to see a lot of the details that I put into this that, like, you don't get to see normally when I'm streaming because I'm streaming and I have a fucking whole ass thing on top of it, but, you know. Scoot this up a bit. I think it's a little too thick, I think. And there we go. There we go. And then were we gonna put windows up here? Yes, we were. Yes, we were, Elaine. Yes, we were. I think the closet's a little too low, I think, as well. I'm gonna bring this bad boy on up. Bad boy on up. There you go. Where's this plant? Where's this plant? So when's the game coming out? When I have money. When someone decides to sponsor me and I can have some money. I want this. And I need... I don't know why you're weird. Why are you so weird? Why are you so weird? When did you get so weird? What is happening? You're so weird. You're supposed to be just like that. And these guys... This one's fine. These guys are supposed to be like right here. I might have to re-import that one. I don't know why that one's so weird. Okay. Alright. And then where's this group? Here it is. Reset. Rotate it 9 degrees to the right. I'm gonna take this guy. Group it again. -1. Wait, what? There you go. -1. The wrong way. -1. There we go. UV editor. Transform. Oh. There you go. Hee 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 hee. Wait, where'd the... Oh, it's in, like, the wall. Whoops. This one? Oh, there it is. Reset. And you just scoot that bad boy. You just scoot right there and then out. Yeah, there you go. And then this guy. Reset. might be okay. I don't... Yeah, that's fine. Which one's this one? Glow stars? Oh, I can hide that. That one doesn't really matter. I'll have to re-import this guy because I can't... That guy's a little broken, but I'm back. Welcome back. I don't know where I put this in the scene. I'll figure that out later. Put that there. Okay. I think I want this to stay here. But I definitely want this to be like over here. And this guy over here. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Debating a midnight walk? As long as it's safe in your area, I don't see why not. Reset. Yeah, what if I did this here? Nope, over here. This like this. Or, I like that being like that, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I leave that there. I'm gonna leave the shelf where it was. This is the shelf area, isn't it? Ooh. Got it, got it, got it. This has also got fucking adjunct. Safe, just cold. Don't know how much I feel like bundling up. We should bundle up at least a little bit, because the last thing you would want is to get sick, you know? Well, Moore, I gotta head to bed. 'Twas nice lurking with you. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you hanging out here. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you for hanging out with us. This thing is not... Oh my god, why? Be big in there. Here we go. Oh wait, I could take this side table and then the bed. Okay, I'm not gonna take these. Bite the bed bugs, indeed, bite the bed bugs. Muy bad. Crown. Scoot them over a little bit more. There you go. Bartholomew box, bear box, reset. There we go. Ooh, I just realized something. Okay, this shelf actually does need to move. Because there's supposed to be a window right there. So we could do like that. And then I think... Let's see. This might have a little too much. Oop. This might have a little too much going on right there. So we're just going to take this. And we're just going to rotate it this way. And put that right there or something like that. Maybe it feels kind of empty actually putting it there, but it does feel like it feels better. Or I guess, hold on, it feels empty because I don't have, thank you for the lurk, a window. it's a bit of a big window, Elaine. There you go. Actually, window should be same bottom size. And then maybe like same starting size? Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I think it'd be good to just move this. Let's like a forward a little bit. And then rotate it. And then take this plant. Yeah, this one goes here. Cool. If I wanted to, I could rotate it this way and then put it over here. But I feel like that's like a bit much. I'll put this here instead. Yeah, and then we can move the bear box over here. So he's got a little corner. He's got a little corner right here. There we go. And now this feels less empty now because it's got that window. Come to your life. Oh, my soul. On your man, why my stuff lagging? Hello? What the fuck? What do you mean you haven't been connected this whole time? There we go. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. Oh, there's a little butt sticking out. The most freedom. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oops. There we go. I will find you. Down. I'm glad we almost made it. Let's undo this. And then we take this guy. I take this whole thing actually. Put that over there. Group reset. Boop. Group it. Reset. Squish it in a little bit. Scoot it a little bit. Fuck yeah. Oh. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous girl this is. I'm so glad that I gotta use this again. she's just such a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. So cool. Thank you, Quetzal. I'm trying my damnedest to make her look beautiful. Actually, why am I doing that? I could just... Body wants to... There we go. Are these not... These are not level. That's fine, I'll fix it later. And then, do I have... Yes, I want like an upper, yeah. An upper part of this wall. Oops. There we go. Is this aligned? Almost. Almost. So what do I want to do? I want to take... It'd be easier just to extend this, I think, out. Go away. Yeah, because this should be like here. And then do I have windows up here? I do. So then it would have been better for a lane to just doop. And then... Is this side still here? It is. Actually, I do want it closed. There we go. Oh. That is okay. That's what I did to get all my close friends. Yippee! I'm excited to hear it. And then delete this guy. Take this guy. There we go. Whew. I want this door to go on the other side. Nope, wrong one. There we go. There we go. And then what else? What else? The door goes out that way, and then it'll go outside to... Yeah. Yeah. Kind of want to raise this a little bit though, so it's like in the middle. I see that in the song, and I see it that in the song, the music is my friends. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Most times when I listen to music and I kind of make like a little cinematic thing in my head, I get that. Do you have to get... Do you have a go-to scenario or not? Mine is a group of alien abductees leading a revolution. It's usually me running. Like running just running. Why? I don't know. Oh my goodness, Norman, thank you for the biddies. Oh, sweetie pie, thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we keep white lights on here. My goodness. Thank you. I hope you're having a lovely day, by the way. Okay, give me 1 second. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Boop. There we go. Okie dokie. That's a lot, okay. And I think I found what I'm chasing after. Maybe up here. Your aliens? Are you talking about your aliens? Oh, okay. Well, where did these go? I think it'd be nice if they went here. I have to add one more while I'm here. Ooh. There aren't really aliens, but yeah, 3 humans, 2 aliens, and 1 AI. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I hope that when you get around to writing it, you have a lot of fun with that. Thank you for the hip hop. Both of the basement. There's the posters. Posters can come down a little bit. Like seeing Zar's drawing of me. I was fucking crashing out. Fucking beautiful. Alrighty, how am I feeling about this? You know what? I don't feel bad about it. I'm gonna have to tweak things so that way they're all nice and pretty. But, I'm liking it so far. Words of wisdom. Yeah, I'd like this to like be like a be right back screen. And then this focus right here, this is the like the collab area. This is our normal background. And then this door leads out to the shop. That I'll do someday. Or is there an or? There might be an or here. Or wait, oh, fuck. Or fuck. Or the door sits right there. And this leads to the shop. And then the shop is in here. You know, you dig? The shop is like in here. Is this one long wall? Yes, it is. It shouldn't be. Would be a nice use of the space? That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I like that idea. Elaine's gonna stick with it, she thinks. Okay, so if that's the case, I would like this to sit right there. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. Who are you? That's what I think about when I said that. Okay. Oh, I'll have to fix that, but I'll fix it in a minute. Cause then this tail technically, oh my god, weird, very niche, very, oh my god, full circle of art that I got. This was, I think, one of the first art pieces that I got from Tell. It's this, and this was the background of the Milk Club, and this is where my room was supposed to be. But oh, fuck, you can't see it. I'm at a point where I'm just gonna show my mouse. In the club, we all fam. Exactly. Desktop. Oh, desktop. Capture cursor. Okay. But here, also, I realized my cursor got reset. Sad. I'll fix that in a second. But right here, and it went with, what did I say? What did I tell? What did I tell my artist? Hold on, let me hide my screen really quick so that way I'm not exposing our DMs. I want to schmoosh the cow schnoz. Isn't it cute? Tell DMs. I think for a lot of these, I've given her like a 3D reference, which is cool. Yeah, look, I found it. This is and then the barn doors here. This was the original 3D room. I had like a kind of like a room like this. So we're kind of full circling here. It's very interesting for me that we're kind of like full circling this kind of mentality of like this. Love coddling their farmers. I believe that. I fucking believe that. Yeah, I can just make the camera wider. More fisheye lens on that. Yeah, and then we can like go in here, and then there's a whole other space, right? The door needs to go over here. I fucked up. The door has to go right there. Oh no. This has got to go here. That's totally fine. I'm so glad that we checked that, because that would have driven me nuts if I eventually wanted to actually make that a full-on transition. Holy shit. Oi, hi, Curry. Cause like, okay, cause like, we go in and then it's like, it's empty space. We can't put the door here because it goes into the stairs. It wouldn't have made sense. If the door was right here, it would have gone to the staircase. Which is fine by me. Not a problem in my book. What does that word mean? Those are words in my chat. Oops. I don't know which way the door's supposed to be, but I like that. Sorry, I've been doing language stuff. No, you're good. You are totally good. We have plenty of people who are not from America that chat in here, and I don't really mind it. Oops. Why? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yay! My duplex had a foldable stair and ladder to get to the upper level. It gives quite a bit of space. That's fair. That's fair. That is very fair. Damn, I can't believe we went in kind of a full circle. That fucking that like blows my mind that we kind of went in a full circle with this. That's actually kind of cool. That's very exciting, actually. I might, I think I'm gonna profile pic is so pretty. Quaita is very pretty. And I gotta math. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. It's 3. Oh. There's a snake. Snakes can be very pretty. My favorite is the rainbow snake. Nope, not that guy. This one. 3. I don't know if you guys know about it, but the rainbow snake. I love the rainbow snake. This guy. He's like oddly holographic. I don't know how. The rainbow boa. Yeah. Very pretty. Very pretty. My mama hates snakes. It's a trigger warning to mama, but I don't think mama goes. Milka Snowly. Mika Snowly. I don't know if that's supposed to be one word or 2 words. My bad. I apologize many. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. It's like a holographic snake. Yeah, I love them. Oops. I also did not mean to be in Minecraft. Okay. Sorry, I don't remember the right. Saw a pic of a shoelace, small snake that judged you intensely. Really? It sounds cute. Got me wrapped around. Hold on. Why can't I? There we go. Reset. Fingers like a fool. Look up judging snake on Google. Judging snake. Yes, I see that you've chosen that. I want to learn that. I am rusty in that language. What is this language? What is this language? I wish to know more. Round your finger. Mine is intense like Navi. I studied it for a wee bit, but it got a little too complicated for me to keep in. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, that looks so much better spaced out like that. Ooh, mama. That be looking nice. Where's this curtain? That make a land happy pee pee pee. And I'm really gonna have to retexture all this. I'm fucking son of a bitch. Got a shot B12. You do. What do I do about this? I greeted a Navi from Avatar, but the language I mentioned, Nahuatl, which is the Mayan language, which is referring particularly to the Yucatan variety. Oh, very few speak it fluently, but there's a resurgence of learners making sure the language doesn't die. That's cool. That's really cool. Got a shot B12. You do. What? Oh, I see. The shot B12. Very long story. Hey, whatever you want, you know, as long as you're having fun with it, that's all that matters. You shot B12. No, you do. Okay. Like that. Yeah. I fixed it. To be one play a new addiction. Names that I want non-fiction. I'll make this city hot, not pretty, and baby made it so it stays with me. What did I do? I don't know. G-O, you can take H-O-T-T-O-G-O. I'm trying on my ceiling. It hurts my feelings. It's me there in a damn whole minute and babe. Made it so you stick with me. Degrees. I do it with me. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. O-G-O, you can take me how to go. T-T-O-G-O, you can take me how to go. But what's it take to get you on? What I do? I think I would do the fence across the whole thing, actually. H-O-T-T-O-M-E-O, you can make me hard to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, you can take me hard to. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, you can take me hard to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O, can take me hard to go. Look at my chat. Chatting it up. I'm so proud of you guys. I love you guys so much. Thank you for letting me focus on my modeling and talking amongst yourselves. I love you. Comes back to life. A fish rain, it was worth it every time. This needs to be right there. Takes in the picture back. Okay, Oaxaca cheese is good as fuck. I like that cheese. That's a good cheese. That's a good cheese. Oh, why, if our love is tragedy, why are you my comedy? If our love insanity, why are you my comedy? Extra plant. Ooh. What do I want this plant to be? Sanity, why are you my remedy? Oops. This tragedy, why are you my remedy? Okay, this can go here. Welcome to the red parade, just as used to make amends. What take it from that make us forget our common sense? We'll take it, I try to be, cause we both know what we'll choose. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Fuck. Me, I didn't need relentlessly, still fighting, I don't know why. If I love in tragedy, why are you my? If I love tragedy, why are you my remedy? There we go. I keep putting this too far into the corner. I think I gotta switch this. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, makes a bit of sense. Wait, but my box of not sex toys. I have to. Oh, fuck. -1. I love. Tragedy, why are you my? If I love sanity, why are you my? There we go. Elaine likes this. Elaine thinks this looks pretty damn good. I think I might have to just change, like, a few things, but I think this is looking pretty good. I have to fix the outside so the outside doesn't look so bunk, but I think this was looking pretty good. Is there things in here that aren't? Oh my god, there are. I think I'll take my whiskey. Oh, I made this a little too tall. Not too sweet for me. There we go. What do you guys think? We've got the upper landing area. I got the lower area. Can I show you something?
Yeah, let me turn my phone off.
Oh yeah, dog. I like this. This is pretty good, chat. I think I'm pretty close. It's so pretty. I'm glad you like it. Oh, baby. So we got the upper area, which I think I might just, when I take the picture, I'll just hide this, I think. And then we got the lower area. And then my plan is door to shop here. And this kind of goes in a full circle. Yes, for all the textures I'm going to use Substance Painter. To this. One of the first arts I got of Tell.
Oh.
And it referenced,
A loft barn.
yeah, which was one of the original versions of the barn.
I remember you.
I'm oogly goo. Do you think this being like an arc window versus these being square is weird?
Not at all.
Yeah, I didn't think so either because like barns usually in the front like will have like a more special window and the sides are plain.
If they were the same size, it'd be weird, but
Cool.
You know,
Why am I doing this to myself?
this is who you are.
This is who I am? What do you mean this is who I am? What do you mean I take a project and redo it like 50 times and I'm never satisfied with it? Why? I remember seeing you drive this one before? Elaine, so when did this model happen? I do not. Oh, this happened like a while. I've been working on this shit for
About 6 years.
no, it's been since I started streaming.
I would make
So probably like 4 years? 4 years! No, VTuber model? Oh! Last week? I just wanted to be a seal. I think this is looking... I spaced these out too. They're the same number, but I spaced them in and I think it looks a lot nicer. But okay. I'm gonna end stream now. Thank you for hanging out with me today. If you guys want to keep chatting, feel free to chat in my Discord. If you got Discord, feel free to chat it up in there. There's the Discord. But otherwise, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go wait somebody. I think I might ready Havoc. I might. I won't go Havoc. You guys wanna he's doing art. I think he's doing art of Dragonlance. So if you want, I'll send you guys over there. It's a little more art with our grandpappy. Have fun over there with him. I love you guys very much. Be nice or don't. I ain't your mama. I'm just your main cow. So have fun over there. I love you guys so fucking much. Why are you trying to bonk me at the very end, Kiwi? You guys don't have to use the raid message if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow for some D&D, and then some, I don't know, we'll do something. We're going to do something for like an hour. A TCG card shop sim, probably. And then we're going to watch TikToks. So if you want me to react to your content, react to anything on the internet, feel free to send it to me tonight, tomorrow, and I will watch it. I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow.